A quorum here. We're going to go ahead and get started for our matters by the public, but I would also like to announce that we have terminated the attorney-client session, and we will, after matters by the public, we will come back to our regular agenda. So, Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you. We have 18 cards for matters by the public. We'll start with, we have two podiums. We have Lisa Cantrell, Alexandria Larson, Fane Lozman, and Lisa Interlandi.
Please come on up and each one take a podium. Go ahead and get started.
Hello, my name is Lisa Cantrell. I'm a registered nurse, and as I explained in one of the previous meetings, I was a victim of Palm Beach County Court, and my home was taken from me with an illegal foreclosure. But someone filed a fake mortgage against my home, claimed themselves the owner, but it helps if you know the judge. That's what happened. So anyway, now I'm 61, and I'm living in the back of my car, homeless. There is not one unsheltered bed still in all of Palm Beach County. Not one. 88 people died homeless last year in Palm Beach County. They were found dead on the street. I hold every single one of you accountable for each one of those deaths. 65 of them were preventable deaths. 65. So next time you signed your little pen down on a cement tennis court or a road or a developer, start thinking about the blood that you're shedding. Because every time you dump money that's not towards the human effort or a life, that's blood running down the street. Last week, I was in Los Angeles, and then later on, I came back, and I was at LA Fitness in North Palm. There was a young man who died on the tennis court there, on the basketball court. He was 24 years old. No one used the AED. They sat there and watched him die. I thought this was baloney by the person who told it to me, so I went to LA Fitness in North Palm Beach County. The police showed up and rolled the kid over, and no one did CPR at all. They loaded him up onto a stretcher and pronounced him dead at the hospital. He was 24 years old. He was a young man, and he was semi-pro basketball for the Seahawks. When people in community and in government start looking the other way, people die. There are free courses at the fire department on how to use the AED and educate the populace on how to use it. There is a $270 million bond available to help shelter unsheltered people. But Palm Beach County doesn't want that unless you're not making $250,000 a year, your life doesn't matter, including mine.
Okay, the next four cards are Kara Cab.
We read the ones that, because I know Mr. Lozman's here, so go ahead and read the ones.
The other three that I called were Alexandria Larson, Fane Lozman, and Lisa Interlandi. Okay.
You got to give us a little bit more time for lunch, commissioners. 48 minutes doesn't work when you're trying to park downstairs. Anyway, I'm here today because I came back from Matters by the Public. I was not going to come back. I was like, I gotta talk to them. But we're in an abyss right now with water. We're in a drought. And the one thing that people don't understand is the water also holds up the land. Because we had a sinkhole out on Southern Boulevard and B Road the other night. We never had sinkholes. There were only two counties, Charlotte and another one, that had sinkholes. And now it's on everybody's insurance policy. You know, and I'm looking at what's going on, and I'm like, please, water reuse. I don't want to drink toilet water. I don't think anybody does. So I think we need to start really doing some campaigns that'll help, because my neighbor waters his lawn 3 times a day. He's got grandkids, but I guess he doesn't care if they have a drink of water, you know? They're just sucking out the wells. Every new house that's built where I live, and it's 17,000 lots on 110 square miles, are having to put aerators on their well systems, because that's what's happening. The water level is changing. West Palm Beach has a 50-year consumptive use permit. None of us will be here in 50 years, number one, but no one should have more than a 20-year consumptive use permit. And the same lawyer's applying up the road a ways at another county. But these are big numbers, and people are struggling, and everybody's telling you that. They're all struggling. I don't think you don't want us. I think you do want people in your county, but I think that we've got to start really thinking about our kids, our future. My grandmother always said to walk with a light footprint. Don't let anybody know you were here. Just do it quietly. Walk in someone else's moccasins, because we have things against the homeless. We got all kinds of laws and all kinds of stuff. And I'm not quite sure where we are aiming in this county. I'm not. Because out where I live in the acreage, there is a lot that's covered with people, with tents. They're on an acre lot. I don't know if they're squatting or not, but I thought it was funny. Code enforcement came after me because I had my storm shutters up. But they kind of skipped over the vagrant lot that's sitting in the middle of nowhere. So hopefully you'll start looking at a lot of stuff. I told you a while ago you could take off 8 years and not build anything and really fix the county. I think we ought to stand and go in that direction. I think everybody, GL and everybody, can take a break. They made a lot of money, and they can't pay for the roads. They don't want to pay for the roads. So hopefully you'll start looking at that stuff, because I look at it every day. It's the only reason I'm here, Commissioners. I'm always fighting for water. Make sure that we have water in the future, you know? And they've made all the predictions, but saltwater intrusion will happen, and it can happen, and it'll be a really painful place for all of us if it does happen. I don't want to drink saltwater either. I just, a lot of stuff. But hopefully you'll take that into consideration, because you're getting handed a big problem.
Thank you, Ms.
Maybe you
Larson.
can work on it.
Good afternoon, Fane Lozman, Singer Island. I'm here today to ask the County Commission to put an ordinance on the ballot that after national catastrophes like a hurricane, that when it comes to sunken boats, that within 24 hours, if a progressive salvage company does not bring up the boat, anybody who's a salvage company registered with the sheriff's office can. I was out there during Hurricane Ian doing salvage. I got involved in the salvage game back in 2005. When you have a floating home, eventually they sink depending on their construction. I saw a lot of floating homes sink. I saw a vessel sink in Biscayne Bay. I was there for Wilma, Ian. Anyway, so Hurricane Ian, Progressive played a game that only a sea tow person could refloat a boat on their catastrophe team. Normally, if a boat sinks today, any salvage company would do it. But after hurricane, they bring in sea tow people around the country. There was a 6-month backlog of boats to refloat. I reached out to Governor DeSantis. He reached out to the Progressive CEO and said, anybody can refloat these boats. And within a couple months, half a dozen companies came in and refloated them and cleared it up. What's the problem? When you have boats that aren't derelict, they're full of fuel, they're full of oil, they pollute the environment, and they just sit there for weeks and weeks and weeks. What needs to happen is that you can't have an exclusive salvage arrangement for Progressive or for Geico or the major insurance companies. You have 24 hours to get it out, otherwise a registered salvage company can bring them up. Everybody's talking about clean water. It just broke my heart that I would sit there and watch boats just leaking oil for months at a time after Hurricane Irma in 2018. So my suggestion is the governor recognized there was an issue after Ian, and he called up and said anybody can do it, but after Milton, somebody had got to him and he wouldn't do it. And I said, well, is home rule, I guess? There's no reason that this county commission can say that we're not going to have sole source when it comes to post-hurricane cleanup for insured vessels. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lisa Interlandi. I'm the Policy Director of the Everglades Law Center. I'm also on the board of directors of the Everglades Coalition, and I'm here today with some colleagues from the environmental community, leaders of a bunch of different prominent environmental groups here in South Florida, to talk about the issue of mining in the Everglades agricultural area. So we know that the Southland item is coming before you, scheduled currently to come before you on May 22nd, but we really just didn't want to wait that long to share our concerns because they are pretty significant. The Everglades Coalition today, which is a group of 57 of the most prominent environmental organizations working in Florida on Everglades, all groups that you've heard of, today issued a letter to the county asking the county to deny the Southland project. Could I give this further? Could I ask that you receive and file? I'm sorry, here you go. So all of these groups voted on this, these groups voted on this and support this issue of asking you to deny this. Why is that? There are two main reasons. One is that your code requires that in order for mining to go forward in the Everglades agricultural area, that it be, as a water resource project, that it be approved by the South Florida Water Management District. This project has not been approved by the Water Management District. The Southland project is not part of any approved restoration plan. It has never been publicly presented as any restoration plan, and no agency that is involved in Everglades restoration, the South Florida Water Management District or the Army Corps of Engineers, as identified in your code, have approved the project. So that's the one concern. The second concern is because of that, we are very concerned about the risk that this project could have because of its direct adjacency to a project that is part of Everglades restoration, the Everglades Agricultural Area Reservoir. That is one of the most critical projects for Everglades restoration. It has been planned for 25 years. It has been under construction for 3 years. It is a reservoir the size of the island of Manhattan. It is going to be storing water 25 feet deep above ground. This proposed reservoir will be digging a hole in the ground 20 feet deep below ground. And that was never planned for when the Everglades Agricultural Area Reservoir was proposed. So relevant to your code requires approval by the South Florida Water Management District for mining as a water resource project. That has not occurred. Also relevant, your code requires a demonstration that mining projects are compatible with adjacent uses. In this case, that has not occurred either because there's been no analysis in any of the staff reports that the county has prepared that explain in any way how this is going to coexist with the Everglades Agricultural Area Reservoir project. So the Everglades Coalition has asked you guys to deny this. What I would like to ask you to do is not take any further action on it because you haven't been presented the information accurately and they haven't met the minimum requirements of your code. So we would ask that you postpone this project, let the Water Management District go through its process, which they will be concluding this year, and at the end of that, they will have an executed comprehensive agreement and the county can feel assured that it's moving forward with a project that actually has been approved. Thank you guys so much.
Mr. Woodward, if you would.
Thank
The
you.
next names.
Kara Kapp, Chris Whitman, Eve Samples, and Mary Kelly.
Good afternoon. My name is Kara Kapp. I'm a longtime resident of Palm Beach County. I'm a homeowner in Boca Raton. I served for 5 years on the Palm Beach County Planning Commission. I work as the Greater Everglades Associate Director for the National Parks Conservation Association. We are the nonpartisan conservation voice for America's national parks. We have over 1.5 million supporters nationwide, including over 100,000 here in Florida. I manage MPCA's Everglades program from here in Palm Beach County because what happens in our backyard has a direct impact on downstream Everglades National Park. And I too am here today to talk about the Southland mine proposal coming up before this commission for a vote on May 22nd. Nearly 15 years ago, I stood in this room and spoke in support of the reasonable restrictions on mining in the EAA that are still in place today, citing major concerns that long-term impacts of mining had not been fully studied by scientists or engineered, and the safety of our water and environmental resources could not be assured. This is certainly still true today. There's a lot we just don't know about the long-term impacts of mining on the aquifer and on the watershed. And now we have this other major compelling factor to consider, the EAA Reservoir and Stormwater Treatment Area Everglades Restoration Project, which is immediately adjacent to the proposed Southland site. The EAA Reservoir is a congressionally authorized project actively under construction, and I want to emphasize that it is funded with billions of dollars of Florida and national taxpayer funding. The goal is to deliver high volumes of clean water to the Everglades and at the same time alleviate the harmful discharges that have wreaked havoc on our estuary communities. We are literally achieving landscape scale conservation here in Palm Beach County, planned by world-class scientists and engineers, and it's something we should be really proud of and excited about. But the reservoir was never envisioned to withstand the impact of deep, ongoing rock mining just 1,000 feet away from the project site. I want to be very clear. The Southland project is not Everglades restoration, nor is it an approved water resources project. It is a mining project. It has not been evaluated by the South Florida Water Management District, the Army Corps of Engineers, university or NGO scientists, or the tribal nations whose land and water downstream may also be impacted by your decision. I urge you to be reasonably cautious about the Southland project. If approved, mining on the site would last for decades. Given the size, location, and long tenure of the proposal, the county should not rush this decision, especially before the Water Management District and the Army Corps of Engineers have been given the chance to thoroughly vet this project and weigh in with their opinion. Please consider postponing the decision currently scheduled for May 22nd, and instead wait for the expert agencies to provide their input before putting this for a vote. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and your service.
Good afternoon. I'm Captain Chris Whitman. I'm one of the co-founders of Captains for Clean Water. We're a national organization, stakeholder group that represents individuals and businesses, both in the outdoor industry and the tourism industry here in Florida and across the country. Our focus is Everglades restoration, and we have a tremendous amount of support, not just nationwide, but in every single one of your districts here in Palm Beach County. Our supporters know the value of clean water and the return that a good, healthy ecosystem has on our economy. I'm also here to talk to you about the proposed Southland rock mine that you will be coming before you on the 22nd. I would echo some of the messages from the environmental community that the risks that this project pose to a $4 billion Everglades restoration project could be massive. And it is imperative that the analysis is done by the South Florida Water Management District to see, one, if the proposed project is viable and that it actually carries benefits, and two, that it does not pose some risk to that project that is adjacent to it. As well as the Army Corps of Engineers. When the EAA reservoir was designed and developed, it was not designed taking into account blasting and excavation for decades directly next to it. And the real question is here, if this commission votes to move forward and give the go-ahead for those mining practices prior to the analysis and risk assessment by the Army Corps of Engineers and by the South Florida Water Management District, who will shoulder the responsibility? Who will carry the liability should a $4 billion project begin to leak and become unusable? That is a massive investment of taxpayer money, and it's a massive, massive project that will benefit Palm Beach County here, the community here, the citizens here, and the citizens and communities across the southern part of Florida, ensuring the drinking water supply for almost 10 million Floridians. This is a critical, critical project, and I would just echo that I would ask that you would postpone this vote on this project until analysis can be done. I do not think that Palm Beach County wants to carry the liability of a $4 billion restoration project failing because there's decades of blasting and excavation happening next to that project. So thank you for your time. I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you for your service.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for taking the time to hear from the public at this meeting today. I'm Eve Samples. I'm Executive Director of Friends of the Everglades. We were founded by Marjorie Stoneman Douglas in 1969, and we have thousands of supporters right here in Palm Beach County. I also want to thank some of you for already taking the time to hear our concerns about the Southland rock mine. It is a really vital and urgent issue right now. So I'm here today to make sure that all of you are aware of these concerns before your scheduled May 22nd vote on this project. It is really important to know that the South Florida Water Management District has not determined that this project is a viable water resources project. The district is still in the middle of its review on Southland, which was submitted as a, quote, unsolicited public-private partnership. No conclusion has been reached about its viability. I just want to underscore that. Please put this project on hold until the South Florida Water Management District has completed its review. Moving forward now would be premature and not in compliance with Palm Beach County's own requirements for mining in the Everglades agricultural area. This is no small thing, quite literally. It is a huge thing. This is an 8,600-acre project, a rock mine project. Rock mines, once excavated, are forever. Rock mines are forever. We need to know what the impacts of this project will be on Everglades restoration, which taxpayers, all of us, have invested billions of dollars in over the past 20 years. We need to know exactly what the impacts will be, and we are just not there yet, Commissioners. Please defer voting on this proposal, this proposed rock mine, until South Florida Water Management District has completed its review. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Kelly, and I am a resident of Lake Worth Beach. Let me find my, shoot. Hold on. I can't find it. I might have to sit down. I've lost my speech. So I'm going to yield to the next speaker. Thank you.
We have Robert Wood, Daniel Owen, Africa Moody, and Anthony Nelson.
Hi, my name is Robert Wood. I'd like to start my commentary by saying that you are funding a fraud, and we have the evidence. In Bongiorno versus Link, Supervisor Wendy Link, her attorney Stacy Manning, and assistant Allison Novoa have been directly implicated in altering public election records, obstructing oversight, and misleading both this community and a federal court. Allison Novoa admitted under oath to modify election records on May 1st, 2023, while Supervisor Link denied access to those same records to the plaintiff that were given to others. That is unlawful favoritism and concealment of material facts. Stacy Manning sent a chilling letter to campaign designee Bernard Jessen, falsely invoking statute 102.111 to discourage lawful oversight, grounds for a bar complaint. Your defense counsel, Gregor Schwinghammer, witnessed the violent removal of volunteer Mary Fry by a deputy, later found guilty of excessive force, yet continues to defend this misconduct and file motions that ignore the public record. Plaintiff Jeff Bongiorno and his designees, Rojas and Lazuski, were banned from election sites. Deputies filed false reports, and the same 33 PBSO deputies involved in that intimidation also transported vote-by-mail ballots. Here are the numbers. 68.24% of ballots were cast in person. Bongiorno won 50.78%. That's 249,431 votes. 31.76 came by mail. Wendy Link won 74.15% of those, flipping the election by 110,382 votes. Her certified margin, 103,711 votes, all from vote by mail. This is a vote delusion scheme, not a democratic process. This board is funding its defense. Florida Law Court, Supreme Court precedent, and nearly 50 Attorney General opinions state public indemnification ends where misconduct begins. Funding this board is complicit in the cover-up. Terminate the defense, reimburse the plaintiff, defend the voters, not the violators. We've been warning you for years about this. Please, let's do something about it. Thank you.
I found my speech. Can I speak?
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. So thank you for your attention today. And Mayor Moreno, please accept my submission. It will be in your mailbox because I didn't have enough copies for everybody. But I recently did a public records from the PBSO about how many calls were made and to the SOE's office. You will be surprised how many calls were made, and so we need to look at that because that causes the environment over there to be very hostile. I can attest to that. So let's see what else here. So the intimidation to the public is unacceptable. And when you have the sheriffs coming and filling out reports and asking questions and filing complaints, that is not a good policy. So I would ask the Board of County Commissioners to allocate some funding for a grand jury convening to investigate the hostile environment at the SOE's office. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dan Owen. I'm the CFO for the HAB Center in Boca Raton. And I'm here today, well, just first, the HAB Center is a nonprofit, and we serve individuals who have disabilities, whether they be physical or mental. And I'm here today to follow up on a request from a year ago to please amend the deed restriction for the HAB Center to allow for a lease of 10,000 square feet of a small parcel to SBA Towers for the construction of a wireless communications tower. If it's, there's two ways we're looking at it. It would be either a lease or a perpetual easement. We ask that you either create an agenda item to schedule a workshop for the board's consideration or for this request. And the need for this is the wireless signal at the HAB Center is severely lacking, making it very difficult for our clients to use their smartphones. The HAB Center clients rely on their phones for transportation, employment, digital learning, telehealth, and communications. The whole area around the HAB Center needs wireless signal improvement, which the area includes Boca Lago Country Club, Del Prado Elementary, and the Boca Raton Synagogue. Our cell tower request, has received unequivocal support from the West Boca Community Council. And the post-COVID migration to the south doesn't just clog our roads with congestion, but it also clogs our wireless service capacity. In addition to the improved wireless service at the HAB Center, the organization will also be paid for the easement. This new revenue stream is organization changing, which will help us to expand our mission. For public safety, the wireless service and phones are large elements for the public safety and for the E911 service for emergencies. And the area of improvement includes a portion of Florida's Turnpike on the approach to the Glades Road exit where service is needed. So I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing our petition. My name is Africa Moody. I'm also an employee at the Boca HAB Center, and we would like to just ask for reconsideration of our request for an amendment to the deed to allow the cell tower to be mounted on this plot of land. And I'm speaking from the perspective of our clients. Our clients are individuals with disabilities, specifically 200 clients that mostly are residents of Palm Beach. They are a vulnerable population. They cannot advocate for themselves. But as an employee and also a citizen here, I would like to speak on their behalf. This change will allow us to provide an opportunity for our clients to have better cell phone service. And this is very important just for the basic needs of safety, accessing their therapist, accessing their caseworker, accessing their social worker throughout the day. And more importantly, they also use their cell phone for transportation to and from the center every day, to book their buses, to book transportation to their doctor's appointments. And currently, a lot of our clients, we have to facilitate this through other means. The Hub Center is also experiencing unprecedented times. Last year, we got reduced funding from the state to support our employment program. 80 of our clients no longer work in our workshop because we're unable to afford to pay them. This partnership and the mounting of the cell tower will allow us to increase our revenue and rehire 80 of our clients, bringing back their income. Imagine having a job for 5, 10, 15, 20 years and having that removed suddenly. A lot of our clients are affected, and this partnership will allow them to regain their independence, regain their income, and benefit them in so many ways. As a part of the supported employment team at the Hub Center, one of the challenges we also have with not having good cell phone service is that most of our clients cannot speak with employers throughout the day. When we arrange interviews for them, when we arrange trainings for them, most of the time they'll tell an employer, I can only access my phone when I get home in the evening, losing out on important potential job opportunities. Our goal here is to provide opportunities for our clients and remove barriers where necessary. We ask that you reconsider as we advocate for this vulnerable population. Thank you for your time.
Vice Mayor Baxter, your light is on.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Administrator Baker. Where does this current project stand? I mean, I haven't heard about the cell phone tower in a while.
I'm going to ask Assistant County Administrator Ismia Ayala to come up. This is an issue that has been before a board, and a board has made the decision not to move forward with this request. We have had a number of requests to put towers on county property, and this board, a board, has decided not to move forward in that way. So this is not new.
To be clear, they decided, has decided not to allow a cell phone tower on this particular site?
We brought this issue. I'm going to let Ismi bring you up to speed on it.
Good afternoon, Ismi Ayala, Assistant County Administrator and FDO Director. We provided the board, at the board's request, a staff report with a full summary of every detail related to this property, and then we brief each county commissioner. Our staff report indicated that should a commissioner had an interest in the item being brought back to the board, we will do so. In a nutshell, what is the condition of the property? The property is property that was conveyed by the county at no cost to Hub Center many years ago, on the condition that it be used for their mission, basically delivering for those that need the special assistance. They have now come back to the county saying, we would like the ability for you, county, to release a portion of our property so that then we can dedicate it for cell tower.
You said for what purpose it was released initially?
For rehabilitation. It has not been released. It was conveyed to Hub Center to support their mission, meaning to say the type of services they provide to those in need. They came to us about a year ago saying, we would like you, county, to release the restriction you have in our property, on a portion of that property, so that then we can enter into an agreement with SBA, the cell tower provider, and gain some revenues from that agreement. The position we shared with this board is that at the time, I want to say we had 57 other parcels in a similar condition, and that when the county conveys property at no cost to a non-for-profit, it has historically included restrictions in that conveyance, so should the property no longer be used for the intended purpose, it will come back to the county, right? And that we as staff will advise against releasing that restriction because it's putting that property in a third party without competition, right? So in a nutshell, that's what the staff report said. I'm trying to keep it brief, but if you would like additional detail, just let me know.
Is the area in need of a cell phone tower?
That's what they have represented. I cannot speak as to the technical components, but I will argue that if there is a need, private industry has the ability to seek private properties that are not burdened by county restrictions, right? And we do get, on a common basis, quite frequently, requirements and requests from cell tower providers trying to site their antennas and towers on county property. And our responses have consistently been, based on prior direction, we do not allocate county property for such purposes.
Do we consider cell phone towers a public service or to a public benefit to the residents?
It is a private service, not a public service.
I guess my point is it servicing our residents having a cell phone tower there? Because I have to tell you, where I live, cell phone service is terrible.
Understood. But it's a service provided by the private sector, and I think that needs to be taken into account. It's not a publicly provided service, and the private sector has the ability to compete and secure contracts. It not necessarily needs to come back to the county, and the land that the county has been assigned for other intents and purposes.
Would this not then alleviate a burden, I guess, for them to find other property if we're having somebody who wants to have it there?
But it's a property that is under county restrictions, and that's why we posed the question to the board saying, here's the staff report, here's the conditions under which a board, prior to this one, provided the property to HEP Center. Is there any interest in releasing that restriction?
Okay, thank you, Esme.
Administrator Baker? Commissioner Sachs?
Just 1 second, Ms. Colazzi. To Commissioner Baxter's point, this is land that the Board of County Commissioners deeded to a nonprofit because they work with folks with intellectual and physical disabilities. I have been to this place. It is amazing. And the individuals there who cannot find jobs anywhere else work there in the HAB Center, and what they do is they learn how to plant trees and shrubs. Part of the transfer of title to the HAB Center, which is a nonprofit, was that there were deed restrictions, that they could not use it, this property, for anything else other than the mission of working with people with intellectual and physical disabilities. That being said, they're not making much money there. And the possibility, and I do not know all of the facts about this, about cell towers. I don't know that much about it. I do know this. They pay money, number one. They pay good money. And number two, they provide a service that is not just good, but vital for someone who cannot read or write, but needs to wait for a palm tram or a bus, or needs to talk to somebody because they can't read or write. So the use of a cell tower in a center like the HAB Center, it works with these special folks, is very, very important. So I would like to learn more about a cell tower. How much would it provide for the uses of the folks who live there? They don't live there, they work there. And how much money would that provide to this nonprofit? And what potential benefits would it give, as was explained by a gentleman before from the HAB Center, to the people who work there and need to get a bus to get home or to get to their place. So I thank you so much for your work on this, Ms. Colasso. And I think that, yes, Commissioner Baxter is correct. We need to look more into this, because also I know that this is my district. It's along the, it's Boca Rio, and it's along the turnpike, which means that that's a great avenue for cell tower use. So I'd like to learn more about it, and if I could, so I'll look into it. We don't need a board direction on it. I'll look into it and see what I can find out about two things. One, the financial benefits to the people who work there, many whom don't have employment except for that place. And two, the uses of the cell tower communication system for everybody who lives there along Boca Rio Road. So thank you so much for your information on that. I appreciate it. I may be calling you at some point to get information from you, and if it's necessary, I'll advise the board, but I don't think we need a board direction. Thank you so much, Dr. Collins.
Mayor, if I may share with this board, we have a second request from HAB Center that will actually entail authorizing the disposition, I'm going to say about half of the property they currently own. So if this board is going to consider the cell tower, then I will recommend we consider both requests concurrently and in the future, because it's not advisable, I will argue, to piecemeal them.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't understand what was said.
The HAB Center also has another request in that they want to subdivide the property and dispose of a particular amount of it.
I say, look, people say that, cell towers or this or that. Let me do some independent research unless the board direction. I don't know if they're bad for you, good for you. I know one thing is that it's an economic boon to the HAB Center, number one. And number two, we need telecommunications in that area. It's my district. If somebody else wants to do something at the HAB Center, let them go through the normal application process. But yeah, I'm very interested in, I'll learn more, and with the mayor's permission, I'll let everybody know about it if it's something that's interesting. Thank you so much.
We have a couple of other lights on, but this is a bigger issue than just having a cell phone tower on the HAB Center. It now opens a door to other nonprofits who have property deeded to them to do something else like this. This is not a competitive process. If SBA does it with HAB Center, this is not a competitive process. If that happens, there's no 3 people RFP putting it out there. There's a lot more to be discussed about this. Commissioner Sachs, while I appreciate you wanting to do the research, I think this is something that the board needs information on in the future, because we need to know, no, this is not you don't need to respond. This is not about a single opportunity. This is about what happens to other properties in the future. And I think this is this is worthy of a board discussion in the future with more information, not just for the HAB Center subdividing, but also what are deed restrictions, why they're in place. And we as a board, we keep chipping away at things that have not been normally under our purview. And I just want us to be careful, and I don't want litigation in the future about what we've allowed on one person's property but not on another person. So I think this is this will be a discussion in the future for all of us to have in public, in the sunshine.
I'll ask for a board direction, and didn't want to, it's a lot of work for the staff, but I'll ask for a board direction on the issues of use of cell towers. This is not county property. This is nonprofit property. But on any private property, if that's what the board, I don't really think we need it, but if that's what you would like, Mayor, I'll go ahead and second.
At the end of the day, it still is county property. If the HAB Center decides to vacate, then the property comes back to the county. So whatever gets done on the property, at the end of the day, if something happens in the HAB Center, I don't know, maybe somebody in the future says, we've got property, we want you to come and stay on it, and then they vacate this property, the property comes back to the county. So there is more than just a nonprofit being on that property.
No, the nonprofit has title under real estate to that property. There are deed restrictions
And the
Those
deed restriction
restrictions do
is
not
if the
say
Hab
sell-
Center
please,
leaves the
Mayor,
property.
If I may finish,
Go
the
right
deed
ahead.
restrictions do not say cell tower. It is the property of a private, of a nonprofit organization. It is not county property. However, it has 3 deed restrictions that have nothing to do with cell towers. I'll look into cell towers unless you want the board to direct the staff to look into cell towers. I'll second that. I certainly won't first it, but if that's what you want, I'd be more than happy to second it. But this property does not belong to the county. That property belongs to a nonprofit, and it's a damn good nonprofit. I've been there many times, and those individuals need help. So whatever we can do to help them, that is not in contradiction to the deed restrictions, is what we should do. And that's about all I'm going to say about it. Thank you.
And again, if the Hab Center ever vacates that property, that is the deed restriction that says the property comes back to the county. So, Vice Mayor Baxter and then Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you, Mayor. I do agree with the mayor. I do want this to come back to the board. I do want to have it explained, and I did like Isami's recommendation to have it brought back when we are discussing the other the other project that's to come before us. That makes a lot of sense. So thank you for that recommendation, Isami. I greatly appreciate that. So I think it is worthy of a board discussion, and we can decide what this board wants to do at that time. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward.
If I could, I agree, we should consider the whole of the Hab Center discussion, but also I believe it was 54 other sites that we have similar deed restrictions for nonprofits. We can't do something for one property or one nonprofit and not, look at the overall policy for all of them. So if when that comes back to us, if it's a workshop item, I think that needs to be a larger part of the discussion. And it does need to be an open process. I think part of the restrictions that are on this are that we are not going to deed county land to a nonprofit and then they can generate revenue. That's pretty much the crux of all of this. I mean, it's county land that we are deeding to a nonprofit for them to do their mission. If that then is turned over to generating revenue, that's a different discussion that we have to have. And I think as far as our procurement, it's an open process. It has to be an RFP, and maybe it's something that goes across the board. If every nonprofit wants to opt in, it's a bigger discussion than this one property. And I don't think that we could allow this just to go straight to one cell tower company without having an RFP perhaps, or however that process needs to be. It needs to be an open bid, and all of this needs to be consistent with all the properties that have similar deed restrictions. So that would be my request when this comes back.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's an interesting conversation. One of the questions that I would have is, and I know this, I think I saw the backup previously with regard to what the land was appraised at. And then the other question is, since it's a nonprofit, they don't pay taxes, am I correct? Correct. So if the Hab Center were not a nonprofit and they had to pay taxes on a yearly basis, what would those taxes look like? Those are things that I think would be
That
worth.
can be part of the discussion when we bring it forth. And I think so. It's safe to say that the board would like a discussion on this in the future when the Hab Center is in the process of their next request of the board. And also, as Commissioner Woodward said, let's look at the other properties that are in a similar position. So, thank you. Okay, who's next?
We have Anthony Nelson, Neil Schiller, Linda Smith, and Lake Worth Commissioner Chris McVoy.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Anthony Nelson. I'm with SBA Communications, the cell tower company that we just got done talking about, who's been working extensively with the Hab Center. But the reason why I'm here today is actually to talk about not a new potential tower, but an existing tower that has been standing in one of the county's most prominent intersections at 441 and Glades Road for the last 25 years, which about a mile and a half away from the Hab Center is probably going to end up going away, right? Which is going to create a potential safety issue from a connectivity standpoint. So specifically, the plaza that we're talking about is the Shadowwood Plaza, which, as the board may know, was recently just approved for a pretty notable redevelopment project, which hopefully is going to bring a lot of increased traffic and activity to the area. But that's where our problem comes in. Unfortunately, given these redevelopment plans, the tower is going to have to move, right? And with that being the case, a lot of times people think that's a little bit easier said than done. And we've been spending a considerable amount of time now trying to find sort of solutions through the private sector, but unfortunately, we're getting very, very close to having exhausted all of our options, right? There are some bites out there, but given where we're at this juncture, it's starting to get to the point where, we may be out of options from a private standpoint. Now, one thing that I just, I figured I heard, the mayor mention, kind of just knowing a little bit more about connectivity, which I think is vital here, especially for the situation that we're talking about that existing tower at Glades and 441. Most people here today, probably the board included, has a cell phone, knows how to use a cell phone, right, for the most part. What most people usually don't know is what's kind of going on behind the scenes to make that experience from an activity standpoint so seamless, right, to the point to where you don't even realize what's going on in the background. Truth be told, kind of simply put, as you're having a conversation on a cell phone, whether you see a tower or not, there is a tower in places like Palm Beach County almost every half mile to a mile. So when you are driving home and having those long conversations with your loved ones, of course, both hands on the wheel, 10 and 2, the reason why that conversation is able to continue is because that signal is being passed over from tower to tower seamlessly without you even noticing. So what's the opposite of that? If you're to remove one of those towers from a critical intersection, you simply put, cause a hole and a void in the network. Now, we can go try to fix that, right, by finding a new location for the tower. But again, given the tight radius that we're in, a lot of times finding a plausible solution from the private sector isn't always a viable option. We've been, exhausting those efforts, but we wanted to take this opportunity to bring it to the board's attention because, again, I think it goes without saying that Glades and 441 is one of the most prominent intersections in the county. And given the redevelopment plans, when you remove that tower, right, it's going to cause a considerable hole. And with the increase in activity and traffic, that will probably be exacerbated if we're not able to find a solution for that.
Can you
tower.
wrap it up, please? Your time is up.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is just a reminder to the board, this is matters by the public for things that are not on the agenda and won't be on the agenda in the future. So please be mindful of that. Mr. Schiller?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Neil Schiller, Government Law Group, 137 Northwest First Avenue. I'm here today representing SBA Towers X. Anthony was very eloquent in his words about 441 and Glades and the issues that are presented with that tower going away in September. We were originally coming here to ask for a specific site and your consideration of that specific site. After talking with your staff today, we think it's in everybody's best interest that we meet, regroup ourselves, and continue to look at the private sector. As Anthony said, they are actively working private property in and around that area, in the areas that the tower would work. But knowing that we have a deadline, we still need to keep all of our options open. So we're going to double time it. We will keep you updated as to what our progress is. But this is a big public safety issue that we wanted everybody to know about. So thank you very much, and thank you for your consideration on the previous cell tower. We look forward to that discussion. And lastly, Virginia, I just want to say congratulations. You'll be so missed in this county. I know I will miss you. It's been great working with you, even though we haven't seen eye to eye all the time. I respect you and wish you well in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Linda Smith, Jupiter, Florida, Sierra Club, Loxahatchee Group, Executive Chair. I encourage you to continue supporting and putting Palm Beach County's conservation lands into the third-party land trust. Thank you, thank you. Good news, the Florida legislature unanimously passed the State Land Management, or Save Our Parks bill, so that's more good news. Floridians support the environment. We also encourage you to work harder on reducing our county's solid waste. We need and want commercial recycling. We do so well with our residential recycling, it should be kind of a no-brainer to expand our successful recycling program. Also, consider restarting the municipal composting program. Other communities have implemented waste reduction strategies such as Gainesville and Philadelphia with a population of 1.5 million people, same population as Palm Beach County. Another option is pay-as-you-throw, such as plantation. And really look into the put or pay clause in your existing incinerator. We all have to pay more if they actually burn less. I don't know how that would sit on a public vote. And my final point is the upcoming Southland rock mine, which has been discussed. And my question is, why is the owner submitting this? Obviously, it's a private submission. And I put to you that it's because they have unsustainably farmed it to the point where it is no longer sustainable, so they're looking for another revenue source. You will see letters from the Everglades Coalition representing 12.2 million constituents, a lot more than me, their whole network of followers, and also the Friends of the Everglades. There is no benefit to Palm Beach County for approving this project before the executed comprehensive project agreement from South Florida Water Management. Waiting does not impose harm on the applicant. It is following the Florida statute guidelines. Any premature approval would put unnecessary and problematic stipulations. Do not consider any conditional approval. This risks the county being in a position where they've actually conditionally approved a mining operation in the EAA that the South Florida Water Management District rejects. This will undermine the integrity of this regulatory process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Christopher McVoy, Lake Worth. I was mentioned as commissioner. I speak in this case just as myself, as a citizen and as a Dr. McVoy, a longtime involvement in Everglades restoration and former employee for quite a while with the Water Management District. I don't need to repeat all of the concerns that were raised. I'm fully in agreement with the suggestion that there is no rush to approve this thing, and it would be put this county, I think, in a bit of an awkward position to approve something that the technical agencies have not. And I want to comment a little bit on that technical process, having been intimately involved with that for many years. Normally, when a project as part of Everglades restoration is considered, it goes through a long series of stages, different groups, PDTs and PTs and various different groups. Alternatives are proposed, they are narrowed down, they are evaluated with modeling. There's a long process. That would normally, anything as big as a large water reservoir would normally go through something like that. It's not the same sort of process as somebody who comes in and wants a permit to do something or other. That's a very different and much shorter and different, it's more a legal-based process. This is much more of a technical one. So I think you have before with you a couple of concerns that should be high on mind that encouraged don't do a vote at this point. As far as I can see, there's no damage to the applicant to delay the vote until the district and the Corps of Engineers have had a chance to evaluate. But there's a particular one. One is that long process. Would this in fact be a useful part of Everglades restoration? There's a real consideration. You don't get a reservoir, you don't get water treatment until the whole mining process is done, which is many years down the line. Other things may have already come on in the meantime. You don't need it. So it would be premature to jump the gun on that analysis. But the other one is that you have a potentially imminent competition between an already approved, already through the pipeline, already under construction above-ground reservoir with quite close to it a below-ground one, and somebody needs to do some careful evaluation. Hey, is the process of doing this mining, is the process of having a big hole below ground surface next to an above-ground reservoir, are there any issues there? I don't know the answer to that. It might be fine. It might be that you need to spend a bunch of money putting a seepage barrier in between the two. That can be pretty expensive. All those things somebody needs to think about. That's not something that the county is going to think about or the county staff is. That's something that the Corps and the district. So I would strongly encourage you, don't vote on this at this point. There's no major need to. Thank you.
And again, just a reminder, you all are going to have an opportunity in the future to talk about this. This is matters by the public for things that are not going to be on an agenda. Thank you.
Okay, the last three cards we have are Patty Testa, Jane Justice, and Candace Rojas.
I feel like we're growing old together. What do you think? I am going to be reading a document that you should have received in your mailboxes at the end of last week. 4/26/20, my name is Patty Testa from Jupiter. 4/26/2025, Palm Beach County, Florida, People's Grand Jury Oversight Committee. Demand for rule of law, People's Grand Jury Oversight. Pursuant to Amendment 5 of the United States Constitution and the Supreme Court of the United States 1992, Williams ruling, quote, "The grand jury is an institution separate from the courts over whose functioning the courts do not preside." Also, quote, "The grand jury serves as a protector of citizens against arbitrary, oppressive governmental actions." To the Palm Beach County, Florida, county, city, and municipal officials, including but not limited to Mayor Maria Marino and the Board of County Commissioners, Sheriff Rick L. Bradshaw and all deputy sheriffs, State Attorney Alexia Cox and all assistants, Chief Judge Glenn Kelly, and all judges. Also copied on this, federal officials, including but not limited to President Donald J. Trump, U.S. Attorney General Pamela Bondi, FBI Director Kash Patel, and U.S. Federal District Attorney Hayden O'Byrne. The Palm Beach County, Florida, People's Grand Jury Oversight Committee represents the diverse interests of our community, with members from various local groups. It is evident to this committee and concerned citizens that our grand jury system is unlawfully controlled and manipulated. Presentments of official corruption are blocked, while false indictments against innocent people are foster injustice. The attached federal demand calls for the indictment of the named officials unless they immediately cease unlawful grand jury proceedings and peacefully allow this committee to restore rule of law grand jury oversight. We, the undersigned members of the Palm Beach County People's Grand Jury Oversight Committee, demand this. There are 13 original signatures on this document. Also on that date, to President Donald J. Trump, United States Attorney General Pamela Bondi, Federal Bureau of Investigation Director Kash Patel, Federal Prosecutor, United States Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, Hayden O'Byrne, from Palm Beach County People's Grand Jury Oversight Committee, in regard to 18 U.S.C. Code 3332, Federal Grand Jury Presentment Request. In accordance with 18 U.S.C. 3332, said committee members submit the attached Palm Beach County demand for rule of law People's Grand Jury Oversight for presentment at the next United States District Court of the Southern District of Florida, June-July 2025 federal grand jury session for the indictment of the individuals listed and copied below. Palm Beach County, county, city, and municipal officials, including Maria Marino and City Council, Sheriff Rick L. Bradshaw, and all deputy sheriffs, state attorney.
Thank you. And next, Ms. Justice, this will take away from your time.
No, that wouldn't be fair.
This will take away from your time.
That's not right. This is Jane Justice from Lake Worth, May 6, 2025, public notice. Demand for peaceful transition to rule of law via people's grand jury oversight. Elected official, Executive Maria Marino, and all executive members. Elected Sheriff Rick L. Bradshaw and all deputy sheriffs. Elected prosecuting attorney Alicia Cox and all assistants. Chief Judge Glenn Kelly and all judges. The People's Grand Jury Oversight Committee of Palm Beach County will convene its first official meeting on May 15th, 2025, 6 p.m., Main Library, 3650 Summit Boulevard, West Palm Beach. Pursuant to the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution, longstanding historical precedent, and affirmed case law, including but not limited to U.S. versus Williams, 1992, this committee is being lawfully and constitutionally to restore the People's Grand Jury oversight. You or a duly authorized representative from your office are formally requested to attend. Your participation is a matter of public record and civic responsibility. Failure to participate or respond will serve as a prima facie evidence of continued obstruction and conspiracy to violate civil rights under 18 U.S.C. 241-242. Such failure constitutes willful neglect of duty, breach of oath, and may invalidate any claim of official immunity. We look forward to working with you to restore accountability to our community via the rightful rule of the law, People's Grand Jury Oversight. Committee contact information has been provided. CC federal officials, including but not limited to President Donald J. Trump, U.S. Attorney General Pamela Bondi, FBI Director Kash Patel, U.S. Federal District Attorney Hayden O'Brien. RestoreGrandJuryRights.org. Thank you very much. I hope to see you there. Okay? Thank you.
Greetings, Palm Beach County Board of Commissioners. My name is Candace Rojas, and I do reside in Palm Beach County. And I was thinking, why do we have to even say that when most of the voters don't even have to prove valid ID? It seems pointless. I have many random comments that I believe are important to put on the record, one of which I'm very concerned with our water quality. And I ask that you make sure that all 39 municipalities remove fluoride from our water systems. I do hear there are executive orders coming down that will require that anyway, but I think you should be leaders to start that since it makes everyone dumb, docile, and gay. I also would hope that you would support fair elections. I wanted to remind you to follow your oaths and bonds and repeat what I've said 100 times, which we believe electronic voting systems and machines lack proper certification and are susceptible to hacking by foreign and domestic infiltrators. Our unsecure border crisis has enabled illegal, non-citizen voter registrations without proper identification. There's no chain of custody for ballot certificates from stored mail-in ballots. There's illegal ballot box receptacles, also known as Zuckerbucks, that lack transparency, and they have been intentionally placed in unauthorized drive-through drop-off locations throughout Palm Beach County. This combination of vulnerabilities has triggered this constitutional crisis, which made us as public observers act like a nut at times because we're trying to defend fair elections. If we don't have fair elections, we don't even know if you guys were elected properly. So it's a little bit tricky because there's the secret handshake thing that we're aware of. So we're also asking the review of the lawsuit from the previous supervisor of elections candidate, Jeff Bongiorno. He has a lawsuit, and by you guys funding the SOE and all those things that we talked about and not investigating the VR systems glitch, which took place in August, it actually makes you guys complicit, which is kind of scary for you. And that leads us to why I signed my name to begin the Palm Beach County People's Grand Jury Oversight, because we have experienced sheriffs being hostile to mothers, grandmothers, and children and women with disabilities. I think it's like we can't go to our sheriff to get justice. I don't get it. And our leaders that we depend on have not fallen through. So we have a meeting, and we hope you attend that meeting. Thank you.
We did have one card, a non-speaking card that I'll give to the clerk.
Thank you very much. So we have no more cards at this time. We are going to end matters by the public, and we will resume our regularly scheduled Board of County Commissioners meeting. We were on agenda item 6E2, and we were in discussion. I had several lights that were still on.
I didn't finish.
I do not have you. Okay. And we actually have two more cards on this topic. And I think we'll take those cards now.
We have Linda Charles and Terry Murray, sorry.
Come on up. You can each take a podium. Please state your name.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Terry Murray, Executive Director of Neighborhood Renaissance, and we are the developer of Coleman Park Renaissance. Neighborhood Renaissance is a nonprofit housing developer. We've been serving the county since 1992. We greatly appreciate the support of this commission. We've successfully completed a number of affordable housing developments, and I mean truly affordable. This particular development is unique in that we began assembling 11 vacant lots in 2019 along the Northwood Tamarin Avenue. That is the commercial corridor through a neighborhood that is a legacy neighborhood in West Palm Beach. It has a lot of history, it has a lot of culture, and we worked with the residents of that neighborhood to develop a resident-driven plan. And the plan included home ownership. We've been working in partnership with local foundations in the city to build home ownership. But to address the commercial corridor, where there has been blight and vacant lots that have plagued this neighborhood for decades, we worked with residents on the Coleman Park Renaissance Plan. So a couple of things I want to make sure for the record factually. Zoning-wise, that project is maxed out at 43 units of mixed-use development. Home ownership does not work on the corridor because that is a zoned commercial mixed-use multifamily. And what the residents want is a mix of some affordable commercial, that's not why we're here today, but a range of mixed income rental units. And when I mean mixed income, I mean folks who are disabled. 9 of the units are set aside for families, residents, individuals who, Linda Charles, who'll speak later with community partners, they can't find homes for these folks. The other part of the residents are elderly. They have been born and raised in the Coleman Park neighborhood, and they have no place else to go. if you would bear with me, the financing stack is very unique. 8 layers of funding, and all of that has been leveraged by, with this request included, the rest of the funding. Our request, Matt, is only 18% of the cost of this development. And the development, doing infill development is not just clearing the neighborhood and starting from scratch. It has its set of complexities. You're trying to fit into the neighborhood, so that makes unforeseen construction costs, unique problems to this project. But in the end, no for-profit developer would touch this project. And that your money is well spent because it's addressing a need. Rents from $450 to $1,600 a month for people who have no place to go and your workforce.
Ms. Murray, I can tell you're very passionate about this, but your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you.
And,
And thank you so much for your support.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Linda Charles. I'm the Vice President of Housing at Community Partner of South Florida. I'm here to support the Coleman Park project because of the 43 units. Like Terry was saying, 8 layers of financing. Only nonprofit can do this. So we're here looking at a lot of housing production. A lot of the housing productions are made by for-profit organizations. They don't get to the 22% or the 40% that the nonprofit get to, whether it is Community Partners of South Florida Developing, Neighborhood Renaissance, or even Spectra with the Palm Beach County Housing Authority. So we all are in this together, and that's what we provide the housing necessary that nobody else is doing. When we're doing infill housing, the cost is much bigger. The infrastructure, nobody has paid attention to those neighborhoods for the past 20 years. We've been working on there for many, many years. Neighborhood Renaissance was one of the longest tenured organization working in this area in Northwood. Northwood wasn't like that when she just started, and many moons ago when I was with another organization. So today I'm here to support the Neighborhood Renaissance, who's doing 9 of the units that are special needs that we celebrate today, Mental Health Month. None of the mental health people that we celebrate today are able to find housing, but for these people, for us doing it. So please support us and support the rest of the nonprofit organizations.
Thank you. And I have lights on, Commissioner Woodward and then Commissioner Weiss. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Baxter.
Thank you, Mayor. So because we had the meeting, we had to adjourn. So just finishing up a few thoughts. And I believe you were actually in the middle of answering to why we hadn't considered the resiliency parts of this prior to looking at this project, I guess originally is what I'm getting at. And why are these added costs coming to us now?
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. And Terry can probably speak more to that. But typically when we have a project, we have the cost for the project. If something else is required, i.e. FPL now wanting to underground the lines, then that's something that may come out later. But we've also experienced additional or increased costs on just about every project that's come through. And those FPL costs were one of them.
Are there any projects that FPL is not wanting to put the power lines underground?
We have not encountered any of those projects, so I'm not aware of them. But again, an established neighborhood, established community, undergrounding lines that not only benefit your project but other community residences and commercial, I haven't seen that requirement either.
And to I guess what I'm getting at is why didn't we plan for this?
I'll let Terry Murray speak to that.
I mean, if they're not, allowing it otherwise, or if FPL is asking for these all to be underground, wouldn't it make sense that we plan for that?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, this is not a project that the county staff put together. This is a project that came into us. And Mr. Brown is correct. I think that she'll be able to answer because this is their project. They're coming to us for funding. We don't necessarily tell them how to put their project together. We do raise questions, and they do respond to the questions that we're raising. But the design of the project and the layout, we don't get that involved in that part of it because it's not our project per se.
I mean, not our project, but we're asking our residents to pay, and let's be very clear, this is taxpayer dollars, $91,000 a unit for 43 units. That isn't small amounts. I would have loved somebody to give me $91,000 towards my house. But I mean, that isn't what we're here. We're talking about affordable housing and the issue of if this project is a good project or not. And I'm not saying it's bad. I like the project overall. I like providing housing for people who may potentially use it and use it to the best of its ability. My problem is the amount of dollars we're putting per unit for the amount of units we're getting. And I mean, because of poor planning, that's my issue. And if you'd like to comment.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. It is, as the developer, the project was designed. It is not our decision how to bring in the electricity. And FP&L introduced this after the project had started. They determine how they're going to bring the permanent electric. I can't speak for FP&L except for that the project had to stay on tracks and get completed. So yes, that's the whole nature of infill development, is that there are unanticipated things that come up that don't come up in a project that is totally leveled. We're literally on 4 different sites on 11 lots that have been vacant for decades. So that's, you know, that's my response is, if there are, and the cost of construction. The other point is that wasn't the only cost in terms of the project that was unanticipated. And when you have existing homes around the area, things come up that you can't fathom. And that is why those lots sat there for decades and decades, vacant, blighted, and of no use. So, you know, the thought was, as a nonprofit, we have a mission to provide affordable housing. And it's a good project.
Do you prefer that I call you Miss Terry?
Yes.
Are you aware that FPL has a secure underground program that you could join, you could join with the Storm Secure Underground program?
We've had meetings with FP&L. We've had meetings with the FP&L Foundation. I can give you reams of the correspondence. And the bottom line was that they said, you know, if you want permanent electric, this is how it's going to do. And no, we could not get any assistance from them. But I will say that we sought other resources as well. We have the Quantum Foundation in that stack. We have the Lost Tree Foundation. We have the city. And the city has worked with us to reduce.
My next question is for staff, though, now. So can we, staff, have you reached out to FPL at any level to try to help us bring this project to fruition and, you know, help join with this program?
We have not reached out to FPL directly, but we had a joint discussion email trail with Terry and her team and FPL, where the FPL Foundation said they have nothing they can contribute to the project. That was part of our due diligence.
Did they give a reason?
I don't recall what reason they gave, Terry. You may recall.
It was about tariffs. I mean, it was beyond what I can. I mean, I'm just telling you what they said. I don't know.
I would like more information from FPL, and maybe we could have somebody from FPL join us in this discussion about, I mean, before we go spending this large amount of money, this isn't small amounts of money for this project to bring it to fruition, because obviously it's a good project, but I don't think this burden should all fall on the taxpayers. So I would really like to see if there's some place with FPL we can work to see if they would help bring this
They
project?
contributed the design, their design team, and their design was to underground it. We did not pay for the FP&L design. And I mean, in their mind, they provided contributions. I mean, I hear your point, but we're at a point where the project's 50% done. Do we stop construction when we've already made every effort possible to see if there was another solution? We can't afford that. We have an $8 million investment in tax credits that is on a schedule. And there are penalties to that. If we don't meet that requirement, then it's makes it even.
And trust me, I understand with all the stacking, with all the hard work that you've probably gone to get to this point. And again, I don't want this to die. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that how do we then not provide 91 grand per all future units that are affordable housing?
Just for the record, the cost of these units are the cost of these units, and you can't place it on FP&L. We have done other projects, and the cost is escalating. This funding gap that we're asking the county to contribute towards, FP&L is only part of it. There's civil engineering from the city, and we've negotiated with them and brought the costs down. There's ever-rising construction cost. Our general contractor, you cannot build and say, okay, material costs go up, GC, you eat it. They're not going to. I mean, that is the reality of trying to do development. And we're not in it for the profit. I mean, we're in it
for the right reasons. I'm not trying to take that away from you.
But I'm just trying to explain that there's a reason those lots sat vacant for decades, because it's not attractive to the private sector, and if not for this, the cost is the cost, whether it's Coleman Park, and we've done surveys with all our nonprofit partners. That's what it is.
Thank you, Ms. Terry.
It's $500,000 a unit.
Commissioner Woodward.
Thank you. Sorry, I had to recoup from all my notes from before the break. Thank you, Commissioner Sachs, for starting this discussion. No, really, because we have to balance a lot of different line items when we consider these projects. You know, we discuss at times rental rates or for sale prices. These numbers are too high. And then, you know, we get that settled. Or then we have another one where it's, you know, what are the AMIs, or how many bedrooms are we talking about? What's the percentage of the gap financing that we're providing for? And, you know, the overall cost per unit. My problem with this project is the overall cost period, because it's not sustainable. This is not sustainable for us to continue. And I hear you, the cost is the cost, the development is the development, but we're taking public money and building units that are, the cost to build is $500,000, and we just passed an agenda item, was it last week, that I think we talked about, like, that's the for sale price for a home that we're talking about subsidizing. That's what the person's gonna be able to buy it for. And here we are looking at $500,000 just to construct it. And I hear you, the cost is the cost, but public perception, you look at this beautiful stack. This is a gorgeous looking stack, right? The concern as you look at a stack like that, and no one is overly invested. None of these percentages are too high for someone to stomach being a part of that stack, but does that create a piggy bank that feels unlimited when it comes to building? I can't answer that. Only the developers can answer that. But when you look at something where we're only being asked to contribute 19% or whatever our percentage is, that's nice. And you have a stack here where there's a bunch of people contributing 10, 15%. No one fails to put out but the overall cost of this is not sustainable. We can't spend $500,000 to get 43 units and keep doing this. And not just us, anyone who's on this list, we all have to start considering this. And I'm asking for help from our partners out there. This is, again, it's another line item we now have to consider. We've tackled AMIs, we've tackled rent rates, we've talked about all of these things, but we do have to actually look at the total cost of a project. And we can't keep compartmentalizing this so that it's palatable just for us, because there's an awful lot of public dollars. If you look at that stack, there's a lot of different areas where that's public money. And this is a lot of money for these units. Now, I'm not going to vote against this because it's 50% done. You're asking for help to finish this. Again, should FPL be helping? I don't know. There's a number. But again, the more people we ask to help, again, does that just keep opening up the floodgates for this project to balloon into, a $700,000 a unit project? And that is something where, I think that's some of what your issue was. I don't want to speak for you, but just the overall cost per unit that we are subsidizing. Whether our part's $91,000 at this point is sort of irrelevant to me, because we're just a part of it. We are part of a very large stack. And does that stack then create the ability for these projects to balloon out of control? That's a concern. And it's something, again, moving forward, it's another line we do have to pay attention, because we have to balance all of this. And I have to answer to my people. I have to answer to myself. I'm a taxpayer in this county, and when I look at this stuff, those are my dollars too. And when we pull bond money, that's everybody's paying for that. So we're going to have to answer for these projects. And if the construction costs are ballooning out of control, then maybe we have to pump the brakes, or maybe we have to build somewhere else. And not that this stuff doesn't need to be done, but we cannot keep allowing escalations like this. And you can't just talk to me about tariffs, or you can't talk about some of this other stuff. We have to start nailing down these costs, because private industry has to do this. If they struggle with their projects, they don't get to come to us when they're building these market rate homes and say, uh-oh, we need more money. I get it, we're subsidizing this to get rents to a lower rate, but 43 units, $500,000 per unit just for construction, we cannot keep doing this. And moving forward, I will be looking a lot closer at total costs on these projects, because if we're building $500,000 units, I can't support this, because they're going to be having to come back to us again, needing an addition here, an addition there that's coming, because it's just, I know I'm not being very clear right now, but I will support this just because it is under construction and I want to see it finished. But moving forward, we're going to have to put a little more pressure on these developers coming in on how much is your actual construction cost. And if it is too high, then find another place to build.
Thank you, Commissioner Woodward. Administrator Baker.
Just some further direction from the board, because there are projects in the pipeline, and we don't want to bring projects over a certain amount to you. So if the board can give us a feel of what you think is too much, because again, these are coming from the private sector as well as our not-for-profits, and not-for-profits tend to be a little higher because of cost, et cetera. So it would help us, because then we can tell them when they are coming in, or if they're already in the pipeline, your price is too high. We're not taking this to the board, without them coming back to you on individual calls to say your staff won't even bring this forward. So if we had some feel from what you think is too high, that would be very helpful. I know we talked about the cost, the rent. You gave us direction not to go over a certain percentage of AMI. So we've got that down. But when the developer, the not-for-profit, comes to us with a project and says, this is what they're asking for, and I think staff has looked at a number of projects, and we see this cost continuing to escalate. If we can get a feel from this board on what is obviously $500,000 is way too high. So again, we need to make sure that we don't bring things to you that you don't want to consider. But I also think that staff needs to cut back on the amount of time they spend on these projects if it's not going to materialize to something that this board would consider?
Well, if I could, I don't know if staff is prepared or if this was a discussion at all with the housing authority, the overall, the larger group that had the industry meeting, if any of this ever came into discussion. I mean, I would be open to hearing it. This number is way too high for me to stomach, but is there a number from the industry? Was there discussion at all about overall cost per unit? For development.
There were conversations about costs continuing to escalate and the developers providing us with costs, and they're seeing that escalation, but there was no definitive number on this makes sense for this square footage or this makes sense for this number of bedrooms, because the developers oftentimes won't know either, because costs are escalating. They know what they provided us, and they've used their industry professionals to come up with a cost, but they're seeing costs escalate as well. And so that's, part of what we saw here on this one. We were all thought we were on the same page when we initially brought in the funding request to the board, and then these additional costs came up.
Madam Mayor, since you brought up size, and I know I heard Commissioner Weiss say, how big are these units? And since it's 50% built, I'm sure you can give us an idea how big these units are, or how small they are, and what size family are going in them. Because if these are 1-bedroom, 1-bathrooms, I mean, that's ridiculous. If you're talking 4-bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, or 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, or 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. I mean, obviously, the square footage price per square foot, the price per square foot is going to change. So what are the size of these units?
These range from 1-bedroom units up to 3-bedroom units, with rental prices depending on the AMI at $300 a month up to $1,600 a month. So
And
very
so
suppressed.
a 1-bedroom unit can be 500 square feet. So what are the square footages of the units?
We'll defer that to Terry Murray as well.
Sorry, Terry, you're under the firing, this is like being under the firing squad, but it's a lot of money, and the project 2 items later than this is even worse, so.
And I'm going from my memory, but roughly the 1-bedroom units are around 600, the 2 bedrooms are around 800, and the 3 bedrooms are about 1,200 square feet.
Madam Mayor, if I may, an item, 3 items from now is going to be where we're seeking direction on going out for the bonds. This particular project was not one of the bond projects. This one is utilizing all federal funds, which are still taxpayer dollars, absolutely, but all federal funds as well as a small amount in impact fees. If it's the board's desire for us in the future to be applying similar rules to what we're going to include in our bond projects to any other project that may be using one of these other sources of funding, that direction would also be appreciated, because then we could look at all of them similarly. Many times when we're using the federal funding, those are in particular targeted neighborhoods that have an increased need. And as Ms. Murray mentioned, that neighborhood hasn't been touched for quite some time. So that was why these federal funds were eligible for this particular project. But this does not have any ad valorem dollars invested in it.
Okay. Commissioner Weiss, and then Powell, Baxter, Sachs, and Flores.
Thank you. So just getting back to what's in front of us, which is an additional $750,000, which I think needs to be made clear. That's what's in front of us today. So this neighborhood has suffered tremendously from neglect, from lack of investment, and I will be supporting it. I think it's opened up a door to a different conversation as it relates to the costs. But I think it's important to note, when you build 43 units on multiple different sites, it's a lot more expensive than if you build 143 units on one site. And, but it is, I think, the discussion on what the cost per square foot is to build these units, I think is something that I share with my colleagues. If it's $500,000 to build a unit, the question is, how big is the unit? And I'm glad that question was asked. But it really is about the cost per square foot and on the, the total size of the project, because as this project gets smaller and we're building less units, they're not going to be as cost effective. They don't get the scale, the impact of the scale. The fact that they were able, first off, I know of Neighborhood Renaissance. They've done tremendous work, both in rental and for sale units around Palm Beach County. They're a nonprofit. They can't compete with the big developers, and nor should we expect them to be able to do that. But they, on the other hand, again, not having control on the cost is really very important. But I will be supporting this today. I do appreciate the investment in this part of our community, which unfortunately know this way too well, and it's an area that really does need investment, and I believe it'll return dividends and protect. And I really appreciate the way of describing this as a legacy neighborhood, because that's what it is. These people were part of our community. There's been generations and generations of people, part of our community, that have lived in this neighborhood and are being pushed out and can't stay there anymore. And to be able to have families be able to stay together and stay in the same community, I think is really important as well. We need that kind of continuity. So I know we've got a big job to do, but I'll be supporting this today.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner Weiss, for your comments. One thing I'll admit is Vice Mayor Baxter indicated, we should be spending funds to allow people to purchase homes, which I absolutely agree with. Commissioner Woodward indicated that this stacking is very creative, and I think it's creative as well, and we should really consider this. Administrator Baker, you indicated that given board direction, what staff should bring to us and what developers, especially nonprofit developers, should look at when bringing us projects. The $500,000 or $500,000 that it takes to construct a unit, $498,000, I believe was said. We really should consider the time value of money. And with that, you consider the interest, you consider all things that are happening with regard to a project. For this project, the most important numbers that I'm looking at are the numbers that indicate 70%, all 43 units will have income set-asides. 21 units will be for households earning no more than 70% of the area median income. 10 units will be for 60% of the area median income. 7 units will be set aside for extremely low income households. Those numbers are extremely important when we're talking about this particular area and when we talk about investment. We say we're concerned about the welfare of people. As far as I know, none of us sitting on this board are on welfare, but many of the people who would qualify to live in these units may be qualifying for welfare. It's a sad day when we think about the fact that gentrification is this idea that people who once lived in an area are pushed out. When I was born, which wasn't that long ago, by the way, this area that people live in that's now City Place It was not City Place. That was an area where a lot of the black community lived. And for a majority of time, that area that has become City Place did not expand north of Banyan Boulevard. Now you're seeing development expand north of Banyan Boulevard. As that development expands north of Banyan Boulevard, people who have traditionally lived in it, those homes, whether they be run down or dilapidated, they've been moved out. My first degree, well, one of my degrees is in urban and regional planning with an emphasis on housing and community development. And what I do understand is that when you talk about economically depressed areas, one of the mechanisms and tools, when we talk about tools to construct housing, one of the mechanisms and tools that has been used to move people has been code enforcement, has been good or bad, CRAs, has been the idea that you're fighting blight. Sometimes when you fight blight, you remove people, and that's unacceptable. So, Administrator Baker, I understand what you said with regard to the board being intentional about what's brought to us in terms of what's allowed for housing and what prices are, but it's my intent to look at the end game, the end product, in terms of people being able to live in Palm Beach County. I was born and raised in Palm Beach County. I was born in Riviera Beach. I went to college in Tallahassee, 2 degrees later, and I came back home. People who were born in Palm Beach County like me are leaving because they cannot afford to live. And it's disappointing when I talk to people in my age bracket, you know, the people who are in their mid to late 30s, early 40s, who are leaving because they can't afford to live here. People who maybe 10 years ago could have afforded to buy a house. I heard someone stand up and say, well, I didn't get any subsidies when I came here in Palm Beach County. They came here 40 years ago, 50, 60 years ago. The cost of housing 60 years ago is not what it is today. 20 years ago is not what it is today. People are working 3 jobs and cannot afford to pay rent. It's a problem. And we have an opportunity to do something about it, and we're challenging the nonprofit developer saying, you brought something to us that's too expensive. Unacceptable, because we get a chance to go home every night to a place where we have a roof over our head, we have air conditioning, we have cable, we have all of these things, while right around the corner from us, right around the corner, people are trying to figure it out. Kids are getting off school and don't know where they're going because they've been evicted. And we're saying, well, this is too expensive. We have an opportunity to work together to figure it out. And I'm not directing, but I'm asking staff and nonprofit developers, when you see an opportunity for us to work together that's creative, that allows for the people on the end game, those who are below 70% of area median income, to have an opportunity to live, I still want to see it. Because if I'm the only person that will vote yes, then I'll stand on that by myself. Because we cannot afford to keep pushing people out. The people who are your servers, the people who work in this county building, the people who serve sometimes at steakhouses, cannot continue to live in parking lots while they serve us and we go home to a nice house. I've already made the motion. We can continue with the dialogue and continue to opine. I'm done. I know this was a long diatribe. However, I think it's important, and that's where I rest at. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A question was asked, what to bring us in the future and to take into consideration. I would absolutely like a price per square foot added in all future presentations. I think 2 of us up here previously were real estate agents or real estate brokers, and we know that plays a huge role in housing. I don't like the idea And I absolutely understand the need to provide affordable housing as somebody who was born here. My mother was born here, didn't go far. I was literally born just down the street. Of having people and affording them the ability to stay here. At the same time, understanding we have residents who have been here a very long time, also trying to stay here. So keeping those costs from getting out of control is also very important, because the more we spend their money, the higher their stuff goes up and the less affordable it becomes for them. So this is a balance. So finding that balance is very important. And I think price per square foot is, you know, a great place to look at that. I absolutely am appalled at the idea of us spending $500,000 or $500,000 per unit, and some of them might be 600 square foot, when you can go and probably buy a single family home for that price. Not a huge or a gorgeous one, but a single family home no less, not an apartment, a 1-bedroom apartment. That's a little wrong. And I do recognize that they are up to 1,200 square feet. I just don't like the dollars for this. Now, recognizing that this is project halfway finished, recognizing that we haven't actually set a policy by this board prior to today in regards to this, and we still haven't set a policy today, but knowing that this is on the top of our minds, and when maybe it is a future discussion of another form, to Commissioner Woodward's point, of a limit that we need to discuss. Because honestly, I'd rather give 43 families the ability to go buy homes versus living in an apartment. If I were them, that's what I would prefer. You know, that's just, to me, common sense. But here we are with a project halfway finished. And I don't want all of that work and all of the effort and all of the stacking and all of it to go without a finish line. I don't want to stand in the way of that. I will support this, but it is coming to an end. And I know we have another project on our agenda that is even worse. So let's rein this in. Let's start looking at more limits, because this isn't free money. This is taxpayer dollars, and we need to keep them lower. And we need to stop making it unaffordable for the people who are just barely staying in their place to live. And also, quickly, lastly, before I wrap up, is this in unincorporated, or is this in the city of West Palm? Is it not?
City of West Palm.
So we have no really jurisdiction over their regulations, but I would also like the county to bring back to us, working with stakeholders, the community, maybe even the Economic Council, builders, where in our regulations that we could potentially cut back that would, at their request, not staff's, not ours, where do they think we could potentially cut back to save on costs of construction and building and putting these things up? Where is that balance? Where are there areas that are not obviously life safety or anything, you know, just in beautification things potentially, or things, what can we do in unincorporated Palm Beach County to make it more affordable to build here, so that we are not having to provide all of these subsidies to get affordable housing? So again, working with stakeholders, I would love for you guys to work with them and bring back some ideas to us. Get their input, because they know best. They're the ones out there. They're the ones who have to work with us, the county. We have ordinances and policies that do make costs go up. That's why a lot of people, I mean, I've heard a lot of builders left here because it just became, in their words, impossible. So let's look at making it easier and more affordable, and not just subsidizing dollars. Let's take a real look at regulations. Again, not putting any life safety issues out there, just, you know, some things that could really help them and help us ultimately, and the taxpayers. So that I would love to see what you guys could come up with. Please bring back price per square foot. And I did have one last question. Of the $751,000 that you're asking for us, how much of that is going to FPL?
Terry, you can confirm, but I believe it was 750,000 approximately.
Well, it says that including FPL. How much is the total cost that is given to FPL?
I believe
Of
it's
this-
I believe it's 750,000. There were additional costs that the city of West Palm absorbed via the civil waiver. There were other costs from Lost Tree and Quantum absorbed, but I'll let Terry confirm that amount.
In the backup material?
It was about 425,000.
That's what I thought. So of that, of this 750,000 we're approving today, 425 of it is going to FPL.
Yes, ma'am.
Also, another, topic for conversation might be working with some of the nonprofits and helping them understand what they maybe need to do in their due diligence prior to starting construction, especially if this is what FPL is telling people coming in. And will the surrounding neighborhood, after this is built, get any benefit from this cost of them putting that in? Will FPL be using what they're paying to put in to help support the surrounding area?
Yes, I'll again defer to Terry. I believe so, but I'll let her. She's at the conversations.
I can't speak for FP&L, but through my observation, the costs and whatever, yes, it is upgrading some of the neighborhood infrastructure that's simply not there. But, that's kind of a debate with FP&L, because they're like, well, that's how we have to bring the power in. But when you do see a new big concrete pole, I mean, I'm just trying to be transparent, but.
And again, I'm going to support this begrudgingly, but I would like staff to try to reach out to FPL as well and see if there's some place we can work out something with them.
And I think to continue that conversation with FP&L is to actually find out if this project sounds like it's bearing the brunt of this infrastructure. We need to know where the rest of the infrastructure is going to be helped because of this.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Commissioner Sachs.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I'm going to be brief because it's late.
Be brief, be brilliant, be gone.
Be brief, be brilliant, and be gone. That's right. That's my middle name. So let me be brilliant first. The disservice here is to the folks who live in Commissioner Powell's neighborhood, because we have not done them a good service by building $500,000 units. What's going to happen with the neighbors there? What's going to happen to the neighborhood? How are we helping the neighborhood? And I'm looking at staff, because you direct these processes. This process is not working. This process is not working. First of all, in the federal budget, one of the biggest cuts is going to come to federal grants for housing. And where is that going to leave the county? You have to help us, and we will help you to figure out how to build housing in a more efficient way. This is not an efficient way, and this is not the proper process to bring to 7 commissioners on the 11th hour. So if we vote no, we've got a nonprofit developer here who's stuck. And we've got people in a commission neighborhood that may be without housing. So you're giving us really one of those Gordian knots. It's very difficult for us to make a decision except to accept it. But in accepting this vote today, know that this process has got to change. This is a new day in housing. And either county staff's got to stay on top of it, or we can't afford this process that you have been working all these many years. So let's get better here. Let's get up to speed on how to build housing in a more efficient way, and that is consistent with the neighborhoods where the folks can purchase that house in perpetuity for a legacy house to give to their children and grandchildren, instead of renting a place that was built for them. So I look forward, you're going to get this today, at least my vote, but I'm not happy. But this is a wake-up call, because this is a new day in this county when it comes to housing. We've got to get more efficient, we have to get smarter, and we have to be better at what we do in housing, because we are running out of land, folks. And we are running out of housing for the people who make this a proper place. So I look forward to the next project you give us. May not be today, but it will be soon, and I want to see this new process. So now I'm brief, thank you very much, and I'm gone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have
Thank
no
you,
more
Mayor.
lights on. We have a first. Oh, you turned your light off. Sorry, Joelle. Go ahead.
All right, if I may. First of all, I don't think staff is at fault here. So, and I want to take a step back. This project was approved in 2021 by a different version of this board that we're here today. What came back to us today is an ask of 700 and some change, $1,000, because they ran into some unforeseen expenses. Unfortunately, in the construction world, that happens. In the climate, in our local economy and national economy, what we're seeing is an increase of construction cost. It's not just Palm Beach County, it's across our nation. When I have talked to developers, when I have talked to construction companies, this is their number one concern right now. So we're not immune to it. And we can't sit up here and act like, oh, find the magic bullet to fix this, because I have a funny feeling that this is not going away anytime soon. Almost every project that I have seen since I've been sitting up here, these numbers, when you talk about county contribution, are in line. And let me tell you, we're about to approve, or we're about to review the changes for the bond. And we're willing, and we're going to consider giving up to 25% of the construction cost. So these numbers are going to go up with the bond, about the amount that we are going to contribute to any single project, because that's what we discussed before. And this board made the recommendation. This project is at 18%, which is almost in line with the 15% that we talked about. But that $91,000 per unit is in line with everything that I have seen. I think the lowest one that I have seen come through so far was like maybe $60,000, because the land was given by a trust. And that was the only reason that it was about $60,000 per unit. Almost all of the ones that we have seen so far have been well over $100,000. The one we're gonna see in a few minutes, it's almost $200,000 that we would be given per unit. I went to task with an attorney here for a construction or a development that was going in Pahokee, because I thought it was too much. And the rent, not only was it too much it was also the rents were 110% AMI. We can't have it both ways. We have to decide which side are we're gonna be on. Are we gonna, give more contribution for a lower rent, or are we gonna do lower contribution for higher rent? Because I feel like this board is talking on both ends on this one. It's, we want both, but the numbers have to work for anybody coming forward with the project. So I understand, I share the same feeling. I would love for construction costs to be lower. I 100% agree. But what I'm seeing, these numbers are never gonna be what we want them to be, especially with the construction cost. And unfortunately, the staff has taken the brunt of this when I don't think they should. They are not, this particular project that we are talking about right now got approved in 21. They can't control whether there was the construction cost went up or unforeseeable. So they're doing what they're supposed to do. Come before us and ask if we want to fund the additional $751,000. So staff, I thank you for tolerating us. I know that we have our own personalities up here. And I just want to clarify that because I think we have to be respectful of the process. And if we want to change the process, then we change the process. But I just wanted to clarify that. I think this project is in line with everything we have approved since I've been on this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Flores. There's been a lot of discussion. I guess at the end of the day, it's hard for us to say no when a project is 50% done, because then it means we are taking 43 units, much-needed units, off the table. Are the numbers high? Yes, they are. As Commissioner Flores said, this started over almost 4 years ago, and costs have escalated in 4 years. Costs have escalated in 6 months. So I am in support. We had a first. Did we have a second? Who was the second? Commissioner Weiss. Okay. I see no more lights on. I think we've had a long enough discussion about this, but I would be happy to take a vote right now. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? See that motion carries 7-0. Okay. That was 6E2. We are now on to 6E3. Does anybody need a presentation? I don't see anybody requesting a presentation. We do have a card on 6E3.
Lisa Cantrell.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Weiss, your light is on.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to approve item 6E3, A, B, and C.
Second.
I love the fact that it says these are funds that don't require local match. However, thank you for getting this done. I know there's a little bit of a workaround here and what we keep trying to do is really help the nonprofits in our community who are helping those that need help. So I have a first, I have a second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? See that this motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much. 6E4A, B, and C. Okay then, since we just had a really, really long discussion about percentages and costs, the bottom line is the county's investment in this is close to $200,000 a unit. The county's investment as a percentage would be 32%, which is higher than anything we have approved so far. I will open up this discussion to anybody who wants to start. Vice Mayor Baxter.
Sure. When did this project first come before a board? What year?
22, October 18th of 2022.
Who's still left on here from 22? Commissioner Weiss and, oh, yeah, I guess we have 3 of us. So let's just say the majority of the board is new since then. And we've actually set parameters in place, but they weren't back then, correct?
The parameters that we're following with the bond are different than what the board approved on this project back then.
And I would say, yes, we set those for the bond, but I think it's an overall better policy. Or what is acceptable to us, and I believe 32% is more than double what has been acceptable to us. Where is this project in the process?
The project has completed demolition. Carol is here from the Palm Beach County Housing Authority. They've completed demolition. They've started some site work, but I'll let Carol share. She's the executive director for the Palm Beach County Housing Authority.
Do you prefer Miss Carol or your last name?
You can call me and I'm going to answer.
Thank you, Miss Carol. So yeah, where is the project currently?
We did the demolition. We need to start the site work, and then we'll do the site work and start installing the units.
Is there stacking associated with this project?
Yes.
Because on the last one on page 86, correct. It's on page 90. There's a lot. Oh, there it is. I thought I saw it. All right. So, and you're asking us for approximately $200,000 per unit?
Yes.
And Ms. Carroll, are these rentals or ownership?
Rental.
Rentals. I don't think there's any need to repeat myself again. I just have problems with these large amounts going. What are the total costs per unit?
If you look at the total cost per unit, they are, hold on, I'm sorry. I know I had that. I think it's on the front. Jonathan, do you have it up there? The county
You have it, Jeff?
investment or the total cost?
438.
Costs.
Yes.
So 439 to construct each unit?
Yes. They are modular.
That's why they're lower than the 500,000 per unit.
Yes.
Okay, and so yeah, 200,000 of the 439. All right, thank you.
All right, this is a crapshoot because I don't know, I was away from here for a moment. So Commissioner Flores, why don't you go and then Commissioner Weiss?
You caught me with a mint in my mouth. No, I just wanted to, I did want to clarify that these are modulars. These are 32, they're asking for 32% of the project and over close to 200,000 per unit. I am struggling with this one a lot. I know that we need the housing, but I'm struggling with this one right now. I don't know that I can support it right now.
Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you. I think it's important to understand what happened with this project, and as you mentioned. So originally, this project, this used to be where their offices were for Palm Beach County Housing Authority, and the plan was they found a new home, tear down this property, and build housing for residents. The original plan, though, was to do container homes here. And they had partnered with a company. Unfortunately, that company made promises that they couldn't keep, were not able to deliver the units. And so they've come back with a new proposal on how to build this project. It is modular, but it is not as cheap as container homes. And so they've invested quite a bit of money in their first set of designs. And so they took care of that. That's something that they're going to have to cover. I agree. I have concerns about these costs, but until we have a real understanding that these are not, or somebody can tell us that these are not real costs, because we continue to see this consistently. And I think Commissioner Flores' point, this is what we're seeing them come in at. And I remember that apartment complex out in Pahokee, $500,000 a unit. And I mean, we're seeing them coming in primarily between $400,000 and $500,000 a unit. And there's a way to get down to finding out, what savings can be had, but to think that this is going to stop, I don't see it. I don't see how we reverse course. And I appreciate Commissioner or Vice Mayor Baxter's idea on, is there something on the regulatory side that we might be able to do to lower costs? But we've looked at reduced parking for our affordable housing developments. So, I mean, I think the board is trying to be flexible and to try and find areas. But at this point, I just, using modular, that's probably at this point one of the lowest cost ways we can develop housing. So it's a lot of money, but these are loans, some of it. And so we'll be getting some of this money back, and we can put it back to work in the community. So,
Madam Mayor, if I could just add on the point of the loan, for the additional money that's being requested here, For the additional money that is being requested here, the loan repayment will be in 7 years, so we will be able to put that back into our HIP funds. It balloons at the end of 7 years, which is different than what the board had approved in the prior loan.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Pahokie's been mentioned twice. So I have to say, there's an old saying, you compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges, but not apples to oranges. Pahokee is a very unique area, place, that the costs are not apples to apples when it comes to being over here. Between demucking and the ability to go out there and wonderful people out in the city, but it has its own interesting qualities. And so it's hard to get builders to go out there. It's hard to get them interested. So that's where Pahokee, to me, was different. Yes, it is my district. I'm going to throw that out there. And of course, I am going to fight for and stand up for my residents, but that isn't the only case. It is also because it is a very unique area with some special things, especially the muck, right, that make it more expensive and harder to get housing out there. So I just take that into consideration when we start looking at percentages and pricing and, oh, we approve this. Yes, but Pahokee is not like over here. It has a whole list of other reasons that make it a lot more expensive than here. And I was just happy anyone wanted to put something out there because that historically hasn't been the case. Nobody's been beating down the doors of the county to build reasonable workforce housing out there. And that's what that was. That was more of a workforce than affordable housing project, which would be higher, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I just wanted to throw that out there as we all keep mentioning the Pahokee project. So thank you.
Commissioner Woodward, then Commissioner Sachs.
Thank you. Again, we're having the discussion with, the overall cost, which I think, did I write down $438 per, which is a new, and we've talked about balance. How do we balance all of these different considerations that we have to take? And again, I'm looking at this and I'm troubled. I do like that it's paid back in 7 years. I like the amount of the rents that are going to be charged. They are, 1 and 2 bedrooms. They're rentals. We've had this discussion, but we have to consider how much we are spending on all of these projects. I understand the goal of getting people into the housing. That's the end goal of this, but we do have to answer to people who are already in their homes, and we talk about them. Are they about to be priced out? We hear taxes and insurance. It's going to price our seniors out of the homes that they already live in. We are a big part of that tax, and every bond that we take out, any of this stuff, that comes from those people. And we do have to answer for that. People who are already in their homes, people that live here, whether they're born here or they've lived here a long time, if they're probably in a home that they've paid off, they don't have a mortgage, their expenses are property taxes and insurance for the most part are going to be their big expenses. And we have to answer for that. So it is a balance. And, yes, I want both. I'm sorry. I know it's asking a lot from you guys, but I want both. I want a balance of the two. And can we get better construction costs? Maybe. Can we pay a little bit less? Can we get different rents? I don't know. It's a big ask, but it's a big problem. It's a very complicated, big problem. And yes, it's a big ask for you guys. I don't want to put more work on you. I like the idea, I guess we're going to discuss it later, about having a square footage cap or something along those lines, just to kind of guide this process and help you on what you're going to spend your time on. I don't want you spending time on projects that are going to come to us. No offense, Commissioner Powell, but if you're the only one that's going to support it, I don't really want to waste staff's time on a project that's not going to pass, because there's too many other projects that you should be spending time on, and how we can get into a better place with that. With this, We have 4 cards, just so everyone knows, on this topic. I'm torn. I'm very, very torn on this. This is difficult. We have to answer for these. And the paper's watching. There are people that are watching that aren't in this room. And when we go back to our districts, we have to explain why we're spending this amount of money to get units. And not in District 4. And you know what? It's expensive to build in Pahokee. Try building in Boca. I mean, it's, and if we don't have those projects coming down, there's one. We have one right now, Dixie Manor, that's being redeveloped in the whole of the city of Boca. It's difficult. It's difficult in a lot of places in this county, but we have to answer for this. And I'm struggling right now. Maybe you guys can help me with your comments, but I'm not feeling great about it. That's the end.
Commissioner Sacks and then Commissioner Powell.
I agree with Commissioner Woodward. The good news is that we're getting all choked up, so I'll probably be quiet for the rest of the day. We're at the beginning, aren't we, Mr. Brown? This is the very beginning of this project. It's not the 11th hour.
It's not the 11th hour. They've demolished the property. They have begun the site work on the property.
Okay, so we're at the beginning of it. That's good. Let me tell you, costs are only going to go up. Everybody knows that. And federal funding is going to go down. We all know that. I need to know more about this. I don't want to build houses. I want to build a community here. If I put 50 families in nice little houses, where are the kids going to go? Where are they going to play? Where are the folks going to get public transportation to go to work? There's a lot of questions I have, like Commissioner Woodward asked. There's a lot of unanswered questions. So I am all for building housing in areas that need it, but I am not for building merely housing, whatever the cost, without building a community. And I know that we can do better. So today's conversation has all been about that. If you need whatever your staff needs, you're the director. Whatever your staff needs, let us know. We'll get it for you. What I'm saying is this. We need more information. I need more information on this. The questions that my colleagues have on these projects are candid and honest. And I know and you know that the costs are going to go up. Tariffs, cost of building materials, federal funding's going down. So, and my big issue is not housing, but housing and building communities for people, for wherever they may be. So I am on the fence on this. I need better process from my staff to give me, and I'm sure colleagues would like to too, a little more information about this. Are you going to come back in 2 years and say FP&L wants to bury the lines, we need another $1 million too, or, you know, we've got issues, I don't have enough. And it's a big deal. We're building housing for people. They need it, but they need a community. So I'm not ready to vote yay or nay on this right now. I'm going to wait and see what we're going to hear. And then at that point, hopefully, your group needs to adjust to the new wave of housing. Expensive, rising costs, fewer funds from government, and more communities live, work, and play. I look forward to that. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Administrator Baker?
And I'm going to let Carol justify her own project. However, this is a project that is in a community. It's got the high school next behind it. It has shopping in the walking distance. It is an infill location. It has jobs near it where people can walk to those locations. There, if I make no mistake, there is a daycare not too far from it. You could definitely put a baby in a stroller and walk the baby to daycare. So it meets some of those needs. The cost is very high, and we have talked about it We've had long discussions on it. In addition, the additional funds, the $1.2 million that they're asking for, is a loan. It's going to be paid back in 7 years. It was not a grant. The $5.5 million came from ARPA, and that was when the board when they first came to us in October of '22. That's where the 5.5 came from. So when they came back to ask for more money, we made it a loan. We didn't give it as a grant. And it's 7 years that they'll need to pay this back. I do know that they started with the, what do you call them?
Containers.
The manufacturer.
The cargo
Containers.
type things that everybody said was going to be inexpensive. They were not, and it didn't work out. So they're going through with another type of modular development. We've made it perfectly clear we're not paying for those until those units, that material gets on site. So it's going to be steel. It will go, it's going to come from Dubai, but we're not paying for that. And we made that clear in the agreement. It has to be, once they're in, whatever that cost is, that's on this group. What we're going to pay for is actually putting those units together on the ground. That's what we're paying for. There are other costs that I know they've incurred, and their rent was one of the things. That's why it got before you, even with the high costs, is because the rent for the 1 bedroom is $1,400. For the Florida Housing Finance Corp., they could have charged up to $1,700. For the HUD fair market rent, they could have charged $1,600. So they're keeping that one, and the other one follows the same logic. In addition to that, these are going to be in perpetuity because they are a housing group. And so that assisted us in making our justification to bring this to you to lay it out. It is different from others because they're either 30 or 50 years, and you gave us direction to do the 50 years. This, we pushed further, and it's in perpetuity. So I'm going to let Carol add any more that she wants to add to this. It is extremely high. I'm choking on all these numbers. I choke on them before you get them. And we do go through it and ask questions. What are you seeing? What are you seeing as far as ownership versus rental? And I am a proponent of ownership because we want to keep our young people here. And they want housing. They want single-family housing. They want to own something. So we're looking at all of that, and we'll continue to review it. I hear what you're asking staff to do. But because we're not charged with putting these projects together, knowing what cities are asking people to do, and we are looking at how can we reduce the cost. And we made some adjustments in the unincorporated area, thanks to the board making some of those approvals. But we'll go back, we'll work with the community. We got a group that we're working with. We'll ask industry, how can we reduce this cost even further? But today, we've got these projects in front of you, and again, I'm gonna say the fact that this is gonna be in perpetuity and our rents are lower than any others that we brought to you. And we're gonna keep them lower than the housing, even though they may change on a year-to-basis, as well as the fair housing market. But again, any direction that you can give us to help us form what you're looking for would greatly be appreciated.
Ms. Baker, if I could add one other part to this, is these units will be able to be rented out by the end of the year. Because they are the modular units, the projections, I'm going the long way of the end of the year. Carol's a little bit more optimistic that it might be by the end of the summer, but these units will be online by the end of the year, which addresses an immediate need that we have.
Administrator Baker, can you remind us the $5.5 million in ARPA dollars? Is there a payback schedule on that?
No, that was a grant. When we gave the ARPA funds out before, they were all grants to all of the projects that you allocated.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell, we didn't forget you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. With regard to this particular project, Ms. Carolyn, do you already have individuals who are on your waiting list?
I have 16,000 people on my public housing waiting list. I have 19,000 on my Section 8 waiting list.
Can you repeat that again? I didn't catch it.
16,000 on my public housing waiting list and 19,000 on my Section 8 waiting list.
Are those all in Palm Beach County?
No, anyone can apply. They can apply from anywhere across the state, but we opened this in June of 2023, and we closed it in December of that same year and got 16,000 applications.
Thank you. A couple things I want to point out, Madam Mayor. One of the things that we indicated that was brought up is this idea of, as we look at the funding, I do want to say that staff, I applaud you all. You are working in housing every day, and I've had the opportunity to sit on the Coalition of Affordable Housing Board with some experts who are doing all things innovative to make sure that we're bringing, we're utilizing tools in the toolkit and strategies to bring affordable housing and workforce housing and housing in general to Palm Beach County. I do want to bring up this idea that we had the property appraiser here a couple of weeks ago. She did indicate that for rental units here in Palm Beach County, taxes could increase by up to 10%, which that has more of an impact on individuals who are renting. But she also said that if you're homesteaded, your taxes could only increase by 3%. So once somebody's paid off their house, generally, for the most part, those people should still be able to afford the taxes. Insurance, on the other hand, that's a different story, right? I was in Tallahassee for quite a bit of time, and I realized and watched as insurance increased dramatically, and we still haven't figured that out. I support the project because although we're continuing to discuss how much it's costing per unit, this project is a little bit different. I saw funding sources stacked again. However, Administrator Baker brought up a really good point that I think we have to take into account. Number one, these units are in perpetuity. That's forever, everlast, right? And the second part about that is the interest. It's 7 years, and it begins interest only / balloon loan payment. When you study finance and you see that the first 7 years is interest only, unless you all pay it all back at the same time, that's significant. That's an interesting way to finance a project, but I think it's significant because we talk about revolving loan. As those funds come back into the county, it gives us the opportunity to loan them back out to do other projects. So with that, I don't know if there's additional comment, Madam Mayor, but I would make the motion to approve the project.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We have some cards. And Vice Mayor, do you want to go now or after?
After.
Okay.
Ms. Carroll, you're the first card, and we also have Tammy McDonald, Marcus Williams, and Lisa Cantrell.
Okay, I stand before you as the Housing Authority. And the Housing Authority serves the most vulnerable populations in Palm Beach County. Every month, we put $4.7 million into the economy paying rental assistance. If I look at the vouchers that I'm paying $15.50 per voucher. That's my per unit cost for a voucher for my foster youth. It's $12.70 for my project-based vouchers. It's $13.65 for my VASH vouchers. We're paying higher than the rents we're asking for people to live in private apartment complexes. Our per unit costs exceed, for every single voucher type that I have, it exceeds the rents that we're charging. We're not charging 80% of AMI, we're charging 80% of the 80% of AMI. We further reduce the rents on this, and they'll be affordable through perpetuity. Part of the ask in this is that the county, 50% of the county assisted units have to come from referrals from your community services department that are in your HMIS. So we have to serve those families that you refer to us. I also have a preference on this property for 3 units for people that work for me, because I feel you shouldn't have to work for a housing authority and live in your car. Most of my employees are not at 80% of the area median income. 80% is $65,450 for a household of 1. My employees don't make $65,000. So we've invested, we took our assets and put $5 million into this project. Yes, we're asking you for 39%, but we put in 34.1% too. That's how much we believed in this project. We took land that we owned and we donated it to this project, land valued at $2 million, so that we could bring this project to fruition. Yes, we have not started the installation. We've done the demolition. We're getting ready to start the site work. But we have signed a contract for these modular units to start being manufactured. We have gone through the state certification to have them certified through Intertech, through the state of Florida. So we've done a lot of work. When you talk about the staff here, they've been wonderful to work with. We have a staff of 3 that does this in Palm Beach County Housing Authority. A staff of 3 that tries to make sure that we can build developments like this to bring housing to the community. Perpetuity is because we're a housing authority. We've been doing this since 1968. We're going to continue to do it as long as we get the federal funding. But we've got 79 families at risk of funding being cut because they're not going to fund the emergency housing vouchers after 2027, and those families will be homeless. The government has already said they are not going to fund these vouchers. That's 60,000 families nationwide and 85 within my housing authority. So I could easily fill it just with the people that are going to lose subsidy from one voucher that we provide.
Thank you.
Oh, hi. So I can appreciate what you're saying. Not that I'm a housing person, I'm a nurse, but I lived through the 80s where workforce housing was a major problem. They couldn't find nurses to work, and the nurses that were working in Manhattan and New York City in the 80s couldn't make enough money to pay the rent. So rent control was born, and they'd rather pay to subsidize their workforce than to pay them more money in salary. So I can appreciate the woman who said that she was invested in the community. I know a little bit about 45th Street. I know I've worked a lot with the homeless in the community as a volunteer, with the HIV population, the drug population, and a few others. So I can appreciate the effort. At least she's got some skin in the game, and she donated the property and the time, and stands to lose quite a bit of money in the process if it doesn't go through. I feel bad for all those families. I feel bad for myself. I'm homeless as well, but for a different reason. So I hope and encourage this board to just think carefully about the people and the workforce that you're supporting. It's one thing to give them housing, and it's another thing into perpetuity, which I can appreciate. That's an awesome thing. But if you don't have rent control, then there's no there's nothing, the cost will just run away anyway. And rent control could be, variable, but if you don't put a cap there or some kind of guard over the process, you're back where you started, okay? You're gonna have nurses working and can't afford to pay rent. So if you don't cap it somewhere along the line, if you're not gonna pay more money in hourly salary, and you don't cap the rents, workforce housing, the real talent, like myself, is going to hit the road. They're going to go where the money is. That's not in Palm Beach County for a nurse. Just saying. You're going to be left with 20-something years old at the bedside, and you're going to be bleeding out, and they're going to be looking over you and saying, who do I call for help? Because you don't have an experienced nurse there, because They're all 20-something years old, and they're making $30 an hour. And all the real talent and the people who are invested in the community are on the road or working outside of Palm Beach County.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Administrator, and staff. I'd like just to address, I'm Tammy McDonald. I'm the Chief Development Officer with the Palm Beach County Housing Authority. I'd just like to address a couple of questions that came up and clarify a few things. We did answer an RFP that was issued by the county in 2022, and we answered it in accordance with what was requested and presented. At that time, we recognized the fact that construction costs were starting to rise, and so we were looking for alternative ways to try to have reduced costs. You heard what happened. Commissioner Weiss shared with you what happened with the company we initially selected. We then went on to found the company that we're working with now, and the costs are less than what we're seeing with stick-built, but they are still high. A lot of it has to do with local labor as well as local construction costs, because we do have to do the infrastructure development and prepare the site for the units, and it's not cheap to build anything here in Palm Beach County. We maxed out, you asked about zoning and about more units. We maxed out the number of units that could be built on the site. We would have built more if we were able to do so. 48 was the maximum. The other thing you asked about the status of the project. We have invested a great deal, as has the county already. We've already invested over $3 million in this project to achieve the approvals that we've received from the state of Florida to be able to build this property. So we're immediately going to be moving into manufacturing pending today's outcome, and the units will be ready, and we will bring those units into we will have the units on the ground before the end of the year. We were also impacted by Florida Power and Light, as was Renaissance, and it was not something that could have been foreseen, and it will cost us approximately another $900,000 to have to do bury the lines under the ground and the things that FPL is requiring that we do. I'll yield the rest of my time, please, to Carol, if I may.
I just want to say that we've worked very hard on this project. Our board has been very committed to this project. One of the things that we wanted to do with this land, we could have sold the land. We could have done anything with this land because we owned it free and clear. But knowing that there was a high school behind us and that there was the walkability to jobs, as Virginia Baker announced, we knew that this would be a good site to put some units. Yes, it's 48 units, but if you look at the overall cost of $21 million, it's similar to what the project you looked at, that was 43 units. So we're doing a loan. We didn't come with our hand out asking for you to give us more money. We sold an asset that we had. We auctioned it to put another $3 million in this project. We were going to put every single dime.
Staff, I have a question. The $1.25 million that they're asking for today, how are they getting that dollars? Do they have to give us receipts and then we're reimbursing them?
Yes, ma'am. It'll be a cost reimbursement process, as is with the $5.5 million, which is cost reimbursement as well.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Baxter. Oh, sorry, we have one more card. I apologize.
How's everyone doing today? Actually, I'm a tall individual, so let me put this up. Good morning, commissioners, staff, Administrative Baker. I just want to remind everyone, too, that this is a very innovative project with 3D volumetric steel. If you look at that from a maintenance perspective as well, over that time, it's huge given the environment and what happens here in Florida. So it's something to really be considered. Also, just again, the speed. How we're doing this in the innovation when it comes to doing the infrastructure at the same time, as well as constructing these units, really speeds the process of this development. That's why in the fourth quarter, we're gonna have units that are occupied, and which is huge here for the county. The other thing I wanted to indicate too, on the additional funding of the $1.25 million, we're paying 1% interest on that, which I believe is a for-profit there. So I just wanted to indicate that, but I will give my time from here.
Thank you. Thank you. Ready?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I believe there was a motion and a second, and so I was just going to make a substitute motion to deny the project and have you guys take a look at some more affordable ways to help them get this done. Is there a second? To deny the project, substitute motion, and to have staff take a look at a more affordable way to help them get this done.
Okay.
All right.
Think
well, you
about
can
it.
vote on the first.
Think about it. Commissioner Powell.
While people are thinking about that, I just want to mention, of course, I talked about housing is very important to us here in Palm Beach County. And I spoke earlier about being a planner. When I was in grad school, I did housing and community development as my focus. And the work study program that I participated in, an assistantship, was created by Malachi Knowles, who just happens to be here today. Malachi is a mentor of mine, a friend of mine. He's the head of the Inner City Youth Golfers program, and is part of the Sports Commission, so he's here. But as we're talking about housing, I didn't want to let this moment pass, because housing is extremely important to us here in Palm Beach County. So I did want to recognize the work that he did in creating that program many years before I was ever thought about being an urban planner. Back to you, Madam Mayor, with regard to, I think there's a motion on the floor.
There's a motion and a second. There's a substitute motion that hasn't gotten a second. And Commissioner Woodward is not inclined, it seems. And I'd like to call the vote. Okay. So we'll call the vote on the first motion because there wasn't a second on the substitute motion. Do I need to reiterate?
Vote on the call to vote. Majority.
Oh, that's true. Motion to call the vote.
Yes.
Okay. Unanimous. So we have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Nay.
We are missing Commissioner Sachs.
She left.
Oh, so it fails.
Time fails.
And it is not that we don't want the project. I believe that it's because of the percentage of the county of this project that most of us were not so inclined. Now, the motion fails today. Can they come back with another formula where, what is the impact of our motion today?
As far as the project is concerned, I'll let the Housing Authority speak to that, because I know they have a contract with the container companies to start having containers manufactured and shipped here. From our perspective, we just want to ensure that the monies we've already spent on the project, approximately $1 million, that the project continues to move forward. If not, then we'll have to come back to have a conversation with regards to remedies to recapture the $1 million that the county has already invested.
And there was a discussion about $900,000 from Florida Power and Light. Jesus Christ. I think FP&L needs to get a hold of what they're doing. I don't want to see this project die, but I would like other options for us. And I think that's what you're hearing from the board right now. Sure, come on forward.
The impact of if this is denied is that our funding, the project is going to die. We have a bridge loan that is contingent on this funding. We have other funding that we're not going to meet our deadlines. We're not going to meet. So the project will more than likely die. So I'm not trying to put any pressure on anyone. I'm just being realistic. And if we have to pay back, we've already sunk $1.4 million in sunk costs. I don't have another 1.4 million to try to now go out and start this all over again. So that's where we're at. That's the impact.
Commissioner Woodward.
Can I ask that, because the 5.5, the ARPA, and all of the other funding is there, except for this vote was specific on the additional 1.25,
Correct.
right? And what other options, because, we did just discuss a previous item that had a very large stack. What other options have been pursued or could be pursued to bridge that gap?
Well, if you look at the other stack, they had sale loans, they had credits. We don't have any of those on this project.
I know, they had a large number,
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's why we put in the investment, because we did not have the credits. We did not have a sale loan. We did not have the other state funding that other projects have. This project, we were initially able to bring it in with minimal funding outside of this when we had the containers. We've tried to keep true to that and not go out and have to, the project can't incur any more debt. It cannot support any more debt. And so this is the maximum amount of debt. We can't get any more loans that we have to pay back.
But this is actually debt. The 1.25 is a loan.
It's a loan. But I'm
So it is
saying
debt.
there's a,
Am I misunderstanding that this is, in fact, it's a loan? It's a 7-year loan?
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Everything is a loan. The 5.5 was presented in the manner in which we answered the RFP was that the money would have to be paid back to the county. The additional funding that we're requesting of the 1.25, we're paying 1% interest rate, which is what you're charging for-profit developers for the bond funding. With regards to the City of West Palm Beach money, it is tied to deadlines because it's home funding, and it has to be spent by a certain time, which is this year, the end of this year. Our Florida Community Loan Funding also has a deadline attached to it, and because of what's happening politically, CDFI funding is being affected, and if we don't move forward with this project, we may not have the funding after the deadline.
Clarification, please.
On the 5.5 ARPA, I thought we were just told that that was
That's
forgivable.
the way it was accepted, and that's the way it is on the loan agreement.
One moment, Commissioner.
That is what they just said.
I'm pulling up the paperwork now. The original 5.5 million is interest rate at 0%, affordability period 33 years, loan term 33 years, no payment on principal and interest shall be due during years 1 through 7. Graduated principal payments on the loan shall be due to beginning or on or before January 15th, 2031. It is a repayable loan. Yes, ma'am.
So we're paying back everything you're giving us.
I'm going to change my vote.
Now that I know that that's not a grant, that I would consider
How do we need, I can't make a motion. Do you want to make a motion?
I
I would make
apologize.
a
I
motion
thought that
to
was a grant.
reconsider.
So I apologize for giving that bad information.
I'm sorry, we gave you that information, Ms. Baker.
Want to make a motion to reconsider?
Yeah, I would make a motion to reconsider.
Is that, since we were on the, I know, it was tied. But it was a tie, so. Okay, so there's a motion to reconsider on the floor. I need a second. I need a second to reconsider so that we can approve it. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to reconsider for approval, correct? Yes. All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
See that the motion carries 5-1. Thank you. And
Mayor?
thank you for clarifying that it is a repayable, because we were under the impression that was $5 million gone. This is money that's going to come back to the county that we can then reinvest in the future, and I think that, for me, made a difference, and I believe for Commissioner Woodward made a difference also.
So, Madam Mayor?
Yes, please.
Yeah, at this point, there's no action taken on this item at all. So we need a new motion and a second and a vote.
Okay. Commissioner Powell, would you like to make a motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to move 6E4, A, B, and C.
I have a motion and a second to approve item 6E for A, B, C. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? See that that motion carries 6-0.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm sorry, one question. For the motion that did not carry, can I have the names of the opposing votes, please?
Originally, it was Commissioner Woodward, Vice Mayor Baxter, and myself.
It was a tie vote.
I was going to, and I asked
It's a
that.
tie vote.
As a tie, who did go, so a tie means it,
Well, who's the
but
losing
we
side?
were the,
There was no losing side.
There was, because it failed, the approval failed.
Well, that's true. Yeah, she's actually correct. The motion failed.
the motion failed, so, and we were on the prevailing
So
side.
you have to make the motion to reconsider.
And does the second have to come
Yeah.
from the person who was on the prevailing?
No. But the motion does. I agree. I'm sorry.
And it was.
Okay.
Woodward was on the prevailing side. Then Commissioner Weiss seconded it.
Yeah, so the prevailing side was that it lost.
Correct.
So the motion to reconsider was made by Commissioner Woodward, which was the prevailing side. So we're all good.
So we are good.
Yeah, we're good. Wow. Thank you all. This is a heavy lift for everyone. We're wading through this, but I think what you can take away from this is that we do not want our percentage to be that high. And I realize that, you know, the reason our percentage is this high is because they didn't have the stack that the previous project had. But now that we're going to the housing bond program allocation process, we can address that. So we are on item 6E5. And I think we need a presentation, sorry.
5, yes. So again, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Jonathan Brown, Housing Economic Development, and team. Today, we're going to present at this moment the housing bond allocation process. I do, as was stated earlier, just something to share. As the projects come into staff has a number of different roles in terms of the project, but the primary role is that of lender and that of kind of the compliance team. We don't design the projects, we don't select sites. And we haven't worked with the developer as they prepared it. It's solely a project submitted to us by the developer. And so as we present today the housing bond allocation process, the summary we've discussed at length, so I won't go through the summary here. We know what happened last year. The board set the 15% cap, the 110% AMI, and so on for that as part of the summary. Today, what we want to do is bring back the recommendations. These recommendations have been vetted at least twice with the overall industry group. We've had separate meetings with the nonprofit forums. We had separate meetings with Economic Council and Jack Weir to talk about these as well, and others that have expressed interest. And so today, we're bringing back to the board recommendations that we brought to the board back in January, and then subsequently we were here back in April, and we brought a for sale recommendation, and so we're here today. The board has talked about it. The first recommendation we're bringing today is with regards to the funding contribution caps. We talked about it being at 3 tiers, the 15%, the 20, and the 25. What distinguishes those tiers are the tax credits or the Housing Finance Authority funding or other funding sale that's being brought to the project. As we look at a household family of 4 in that third checkpoint under the funding contribution caps, just note as the AMI have changed, Palm Beach County income had changed, household of 4 now is at $93,520 for a 80% AMI family. The second item, again, codifying what the board has already given us in terms of direction for rental units. We want to max or cap the AMI at 110%. What we have highlighted there in the blue came out of conversation with certain board members, and so we wanted to produce or introduce this to you. As part of the RFP, the goal would be is to require that we have a variety of AMI ranges served, so that way development projects will not just serve 110% AMI. So we wanted to introduce that today to the board. You had not seen that.
I think if all the projects today had been 110, none of them would have passed.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Agreed. Number 3, rent limitation for workforce housing. We brought this to the board. I know there were some comments from developers who embraced it, some that did not. We've workshopped this with the board in January, and so we're bringing this back to the board today. For the workforce housing rental units, 80 units that are set aside for those between 80% and 110%, we're asking that the AMI not exceed, or the rents not exceed 90% of the published rental rate. So for instance, if we're looking at the published rental rate for a, let me pull it up. If we're looking at the published rental rate for a project, and that specific project rental rates are, $1,000 a month, then what we're saying is that 90% of that $1,000 a month would be the cap for that. That's a recommendation that came from industry. Some supported it from industry, some did not.
Commissioner Woodward.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, just a quick question to clarify. Is that based on AMI or fair market?
AMI. Along with that, again, another conversation or that under number 3, that second blue highlighted checkpoint, we're requesting that the RFP process will also provide incentives, scoring incentives for those who are willing to charge even lesser than the 90% on the maximum rental rate. So if they're able to charge $1,000 a month and they say, well, we'll only charge 70% of the rental rate, we are looking for the board's okay to include an extra 5 points, 3 points, 2 points, whatever in the RFP process to incentivize lower rental rates. That's also one that had not been discussed previously with the board, so we wanted to present that to the board today for discussion. The fourth item we're bringing in terms of recommendation is the minimum affordability period requirement of 50 years. We've received board direction on this over the past few months, and so we're adding that as part of the criteria for the housing bond. We also want to establish project approval deadlines. Once the board provides a conceptual approval, developers should be ready to submit their files to underwriting, ready to get everything done, so that way we can get shovels in the ground a lot faster. And then once the underwriters provide us with their preliminary underwriting report, then from a staff perspective, we want to get back to you within 60 days of receipt of that. And by that time, the project should be shovel ready to go. Number 6, multifamily rental loan terms. Again, this is just more of a clarification for the developers and when principal payment begins. And so the principal repayment will begin either at loan conversion or 30 months from the construction loan closing, whichever comes first. And then we wanted to extend eligibility for cash flow dependent loans to workforce projects where the remaining units in that project are affordable. A few months ago, the board heard from staff on the related project located in Riviera Beach, where they were doing a workforce project, but that workforce project was paired with affordable units. They brought in low-income housing tax credits. Industry had always contemplated that your workforce units are going to come from your market rate developers. That may be the case, but we haven't seen that yet. And so currently our bond criteria does not provide a cash flow option to workforce housing. And so we're asking the board to consider a cash flow option to a workforce project if the remaining units are affordable units. Number 7, the guarantee requirements. What we've learned from working with the underwriters at the state level is that as they look at the projects, they, for most part, impose a completion and underwriting deficit guarantee. Some projects may be a little bit more difficult with that. If you're a nonprofit, you don't have a principal owner, you may not be able to get a guarantee. Some for-profit agencies or for-profit organizations, their principal owners may not be the best person to get a guarantee. So we want to provide the underwriter with flexibility in identifying where we can get a guarantee if we can on a project, a loan guarantee. That does not eliminate the payment and performance bond. The payment and performance bond is still there. This is just additional best practice that we've learned from our underwriters. Back in April, we came to the board on number 8 with regarding a sales price limitations. We've worked extensively with the nonprofit coalition on this. What was recommended or being recommended is that to set the maximum sales price for for sale units at the Florida Housing Finance Corporation's maximum purchase price for Palm Beach County. Set it at an 80% of that number. And so we've arrived at the 509. That is the maximum, and I say that because most of the for sale projects that we have seen or have been talking to with developers are not at that limit. But let's say you do see a project at that limit. In order to afford a $509,000 home, that income of that household needs to at least be $134,229. And then for the nonprofit definition, we wanted to make sure we provide clarity there because we recognize that the county provides a 0% interest rate for nonprofits, a 1 to 3% interest rate to for-profits. We want to make sure that everyone is clear on the county's definition of a nonprofit organization. During the conversations we've had with the board, we added a third checkpoint there under number 9, where we're going to require IRS confirmation of current nonprofit status, which includes the review of the 990s. We need to make sure that the organization is current. And then the last 3 items, credit underwriting. We've talked about the preliminary underwriting report. We talked about the final. So as a board, you will ultimately receive 2 underwriting reports for the project. The third checkpoint under 10, and again, in conversations with the board, we're recommending also additional language under the third-party underwriting. At this point, we're recommending that we not provide or require third-party underwriting for sale projects. Really, those projects have come in and they're small projects, 8 projects. We're talking to one that's talking about 17 to 22 units. They're smaller projects, and we're seeing that those costs are being passed on to the end users of the for sale units. What we're recommending is that the only time we would consider passing that project on to a third-party underwriter is if staff underwrites the project and we can't find a path forward. Then a third-party underwriter would come into play and look at that, and we'd bring that recommendation back to the board. Number 11, rent adjustments. I think the board has talked about this a number of times. We do not want to permit rent increases during the term of the lease, only at the end, only at lease renewal. For these projects, they're single asset entities. There's no litigation history there to find, but the principals, the partners, and other owners may have litigation, and we think it's important that we disclose that to the board. So when you do make a decision, you're aware of the litigation history that is out there on the project. And at this point, again, the rental charts are here. We wanted to make sure you have that. We're targeting RFP release in June if the board is amenable to the recommendations or any changes today. And here is kind of the anticipated timeline for conceptual approval and then ultimately final approval to the board. And it's our goal to get some shovels in the ground. And at this point, we seek your direction on the recommendations.
Thank you. And I do believe that Vice Mayor Baxter and I were both interested in a square foot price.
Yes, ma'am.
So we don't know what that should be. I think what we need to do is some research as to what's getting built and what the what the average square foot price is right now, and if there is inflation, what is that rate of inflation going to be to affect it in the future? But you can see that, $500,000 for a 500 square foot unit is not palpable for us. So going forward, that information needs to be included. And I believe we also, as a board, need to figure out if we're going to take, like we did earlier, if we're going to approve something at 30%, maybe 100% of it has to be paid back. I mean, this is not in here, and I think it might be important to add that to our discussion today.
Madam Mayor, we do have repayment provisions in all of these, so there will be requirements of repayment. The distinction is for the nonprofits, they're at 0%. The for sale units, we get the repayment at the time of sale, so we get those monies back very rapidly. For the other units, it's a graduated repayment at 1 to 3% based on underwriting.
Thank you. Commissioner Woodward and then Commissioner Flores.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we had discussed before about having a fair market for the area in which it's being built to be part of the scoring. Was that in here and I just missed it, or?
It was not in there, Commissioner, and so what we were going to do is make sure we provide the board with what the fair market is for that area. The challenge is that we have identified a number of different sources, and if you talk to a developer that's building in Boca versus Jupiter versus the Glades, they'll say this source is the best source. And so what we were going to look at was the HUD fair market, and we would make that information available to the board. So when you consider whether or not you want to conceptually approve the projects, you will see what the difference is in fair market rents versus what they're proposing to charge.
Is there a way that we put this into the next, is this like an RFP? Is this what this would be? To let them know that we're not setting a parameter, but they will be judged on that? Like that will come into our decision-making, that where they build is part of the fair market and the rents that they choose to charge, that will be a consideration of this board, whether or not we make it, where I'm not making it a qualifier, but just that will be a determination for us.
We can absolutely add that to the RFP as you give us that direction. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and my other question, because you had a variety of AMI ranges, is that going to be part of like a scoring criteria, or is it a requirement?
It's going to be, go ahead, Jeff, yes.
We're going to make it a requirement in the RFP on the AMI scoring ranges, and then as for the AMI levels, as far as the ranges for scoring criteria, we're going to do that on the rents. So in the rents, we're aligning it based on scoring.
So we're requiring them to have a variety of AMIs,
Yes.
and then there's additional scoring on if they go below what the max AMI allowed us. Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you. And then, yes, on the square foot max prices that were discussed by our former realtors. And then the repayment percentages, remind me, I know that nonprofit, it's 0% interest that we're doing, but for-profit, was it not a range of like 1 to 3%?
Yes, ma'am. It's a range of 1 to 3%, and we've had this conversation, and we base that on the debt service coverage that the project can support and still remain affordable. And then we also require the third-party underwriter to opine on that as part of their recommendation, because if they can support more debt, as we've heard from the board, we want to make sure that if 2% is the appropriate rate or 3%, that is what the project would be repaying.
And that's been determined through underwriting? So
That's
far,
going to be
or-
determined as part of the underwriting. They'll send us back what the debt service coverage is so we can see if the project is able to support more debt.
But it's a minimum of 1?
For
1%?
for-profit, yes, unless the board decides to change that.
Okay, because, yeah, 1% is, and that's just for-profit developers. I mean, I would like to see our taxpayers get a little more bang for their buck in their repayment for this. And, I mean, I'd hear from the rest of the board on that, but I would like to see closer to that 2 to 3%, just because interest rates are what they are, and everybody's paying more for everything, including our taxpayers. So if we could get a little more return, that would help us in the future when this does come back to recycle this money a little better.
Yes, ma'am. I can promise you every developer is going to ask for 1%. And so if the board wants to give us direction on that, we can definitely make sure the developers understand to structure your deal anticipating either 2%, 3%, whatever the board desires.
If it's a scoring criteria, I would feel a lot more friendly to them if it's a 2 or 3%. So if that's something that can be put in there.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Flores.
Yeah, so I had very similar comments regarding the interest rates. I think we are being very generous where we're at right now. So I would look for staff to recommend 2 and 3 where it's applicable. Now, if it's a good deal and can only work with 1, then, but I would prefer that it's 2 or 3%. That's a preference. And then my other comment, which I spoke to yesterday, is right now there is a lot of people waiting for this RFP to come out. These are applications that could have come before us by now. We are facing a housing crisis. We see it. Inflation is taking over. Is there any way that we can have this be an open RFP for at least a year and approve them as they come in? I know that you told me yesterday that your hesitation is that this has to be a competitive process, but wouldn't it be competitive because we are receiving, quite a few throughout the year? I see you guys shaking your head, but I have a funny.
At Howard on that one.
Yeah, I mean.
So I'm sorry, I was not aware of this issue. I haven't given any consideration. It's certainly something we could look at.
I mean, we're going to be comparing them to the other applications that fit this criteria. So I think it's still a competitive process. Rather than come back, next year to open up the RFP again?
If the board allows and we establish this new criteria, we'd be back a little bit sooner. But I understand what you're saying. It's still going to be a few months.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a person that's ready to go, because we're looking for, shovel ready. And if they're shovel ready in September, now they got to wait until March. No, that to begin the process. You see where I'm going with this? Like we want to be flexible.
But the rules that went out when the bond was voted on.
I understand
require
that,
the
but it
competitive
sounds
process.
like we could still make it competitive by keeping it open, maybe, or at least consider that.
The bond council.
Yeah, I remember Commissioner Weiss had asked this question before, and I believe it was bond counsel
Gave the
or
opinion.
maybe Howard that opined on it before. We'll provide that. But again, from a staff perspective, this is what we do. And so if the board's direction is to leave it open, then we leave it open. But what we had heard was that we could not because it wasn't competitive.
So we would need to check with bond counsel on whether or not we could do it.
That would be great. Thank you.
Ms. Baker?
I was gonna suggest we check with bond counsel, because these are the bond dollars, to make sure that we stay within the realm. This board has been gracious enough to allow us HIPAA funds as well. So if projects are shovel ready, they're ready to go, we've got the HIPAA funds because this is supposed to be gap financing. So if they're ready to go, they can come in through the HIPAA process, the HIP process, not HIPAA, HIP process, and then we'll bring it to the board.
Yeah, well, what's the process, though, if we take them through the HIP process, what keeps them from going for this process also, the bond process?
One of the things we've been doing is applying the caps that the board has set. And so if they've come to us for HIP and for bond, and the board right now, 15% is the cap, you can come with both projects, but we're going to apply that cap. And the only other thing we ask is that they apply for a different funding source through one of our competitive process. And if that process funding does not work for them, then we automatically look at the HIP funds because those are ad valorem funds.
Mayor, the other thing that was discussed is that if they came in because we don't have the open RFP for the bond, but we are able to award them under HIP so that they can get their match for when they're applying for any of the state or federal funds, then we could substitute in the bonds when the next cycle of bonds are issued. So we might make that switch if it was eligible for the bonds at that point in time.
Commissioner Weiss, your light is on. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to ask. I mean, it seems like there would be an opportunity to bring them in with HIP, and then if we have to have a competitive process, then to roll it over, let them get moving, and then bring the bond on top of it, pay back the HIP dollars, and be able to use those again. So,
Thank you. I see no more lights on, so you're looking for a motion to approve?
Yes, ma'am, and we will follow this timeline if the board is amenable to that.
So I guess my question is the board comfortable with the additions that have been added to this? And if so, would someone like to make a motion?
For the record, in addition to what we have here, the three things that I wrote down is that we would include in the RFP that consideration will be given to the fair market rates within particular locales, that scoring criteria, we would give them extra points if they're able to do the 2 or 3% interest, and that we would also make sure that a cost per square foot is included in the RFP as well, and bring that information back.
I'm sorry, Attorney Kaufman.
I'm sorry, I thought that the board just wanted the cost per square foot in the board item when it comes to the board.
Yes.
Okay.
May I?
Sure.
Not just for the individual units, but as well as the whole building.
So we need to ask that of the developer so that we'll be able to include that. So we'll
Correct.
include that in the RFP.
Okay, Commissioner Flores, any more questions? Okay. So, do I have a second? Got it? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? See that motion carries 6-0. Thank you very much, staff. It's a heavy lift, and this has been a long time, and it seems to be a fluid discussion, but we are trying to get dollars on the street, so thank you for all you do.
Thank you all.
Okay, we're going to give you a moment to move, and Tran, you're next. Does the board need a break?
I'm good. That'd be great.
Yeah, you know what? We're going to take a 15-minute break, or 10. Let's go for 10, and if
Yeah,
it
'cause
turns.
it takes us all 5 minutes faster.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to take a small break.
I'm out. Could somebody read this for Commissioner Sachs?
All right, hold on a second. No one else can leave. Or we lose quorum.
A little bit. I'm going to say 6:30 is about all I got.
I think we can go to, I think we can be done. Well, you know what? Let's take a 5-minute break and let's go. And then we have comments. Come back as quickly as you can. But I would like to say, on meeting nights, people need to, we sometimes run long, so I would love the board to indulge me and not make other meetings the night of a meeting.
I'll have you call my husband and explain why he hasn't seen me.
This meeting back so that we're out of here before midnight. Okay. All right, this is item 6F1A, B, C, and D, Palm Tran. Make it painless.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'm giving you 3 minutes time.
We do not have a formal presentation for you. I know that this is something that we have had an opportunity to brief you one-on-one. I did want to thank Richard Gonzalez from MV, who's the general manager with us, as well as Kelly Gordon from Transdev, general manager, is with us as well today. They have worked very well in this past 1-year emergency contract. This is an extension for another 1 year with some very modest increases on COLA for them. We're going out to an RFP on this, and we hope to have those final recommendations back to the board sometime early next year. So we would appreciate your support for this next year, and any questions that you might have, we're happy to answer any of those.
Commissioner Weiss.
Mayor, I'd like to move item 6F1, A, B, C, and D.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
We can vote, but I have direction after this is over.
Okay. We have a motion and a second on the floor. You okay with this? Okay. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? See, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
So I would like a financial impact if we took all the dollars given to the board at a future date, if we took the dollars out of gas tax for Palm Tran and just eliminated that from the Palm Tran budget, how would it impact Palm Tran?
Okay.
I want that information, and we can put those $34 million towards the roads in this county where gas tax, I believe, should be more appropriately spent. I would like the impact of that. Thank you.
Okay, that was easy. PDC, and you've been here all day. Thank you for waiting. We should have moved that up to the beginning. We weren't thinking. It's been a heavy day.
Yeah. Okay.
And since you've been here all day, why don't you go ahead and make a brief presentation?
No, certainly we do. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I think we have the perfect item to end the agenda for the day. So I believe you know all the colleagues sitting at the table. Esami Ayala, Assistant County Administrator, Emmanuel Perry, Executive Director for TDC, George Linley with the Sports Commission, Liz Herman with the County Attorney's Office. So George, I will leave you the floor.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Pleasure to be here in front of you. Appreciate the very difficult conversations that you've had today. Switching gears, today we're going to talk about an event that blends sports, culture, entertainment, music all into one. And this past year, our Sports Commission hosted 213 events that represent 44 different types of sports. There's 2 million room nights generated in Palm Beach County, with 452,000 plus being from sports. So sport events are making up about close to 25% of the total room nights being generated in the county. It's one of the reasons we've been recognized nationally as a top 5 sports destination in terms of attracting and hosting events. And the fact that we're hosting 44 different types of sports really speaks to the variety and the diversity of venues and infrastructure that lives in this county, making us a top sports destination. But the event that we're going to talk about today is unlike any that we have seen before. Going back probably 4 to 5 or 5 to 6 years ago, I remember having a conversation with our county administrator, Mrs. Baker, about what markets can we tap into that would create a tourism impact, but also create media and then create family fun entertainment for our residents, our local community. And as those conversations evolved, one market that was something that could be a big opportunity that we really haven't tapped into was the HBCU sport marketplace, historically black colleges and universities. And immediately, we started having conversations with event rights holders from across the country, including ESPN Events, which launched the Boca Raton Bowl. And the conversation started to really focus on what about a postseason or preseason or regular season football event, whether it's a bowl game or a regular season game, that would bring in the HBCU marketplace. And so the conversations evolved with ESPN Events that we're already doing business with, other organizations, even looked just a bit south to us, to our neighbors, where they have the Orange Blossom Classic, and said, there ever be a possibility of moving that just a little bit north? And one of my colleagues, James Taylor, was also having a conversation with a group called Weber Marketing. And they are the largest marketing and event activation agency of record for historically black colleges and universities. But while we're having that conversation, and while we love football, we found another opportunity that might even be more powerful. And they had launched the largest national battle of the bands in the United States. It was in Charlotte for 4 years, Atlanta for 1 year, and then Houston, Texas for a decade. They celebrated their 10th year. And when it went to Houston, they were at NRG Stadium in a National Football League stadium, and their last event generating attendance of over 54,000 people. Unlike football, that you have two markets, two teams, when you're talking about a national battle of the bands, you have 6 to 8 markets. We're going to talk about 6 markets today, but they have 8 marching bands in Houston, where a football roster might be 100 plus participants, which is a lot. A marching band is 300 plus. Plus, you're not talking about 2 communities or 2 cities or 2 counties. You're talking about 6 from across the country. So you could see from the tourism impact how it could be much more rewarding than even just trying to focus on a football game. Not to mention that you'll hear about shortly the media and the impressions that come along with such an event. So that's how we arrived here today. We're talking about not relocating an event. This would be building a new event just for our community. The Houston event would stay intact. And while there are other communities, other cities, including in the state they currently do business with, that would like to see an additional event or more events, they have fallen in love with Florida and with the Palm Beaches. And this would be their first choice, and that's why we're here today. And I'll conclude by saying the date that we're looking at is intentional, where in Houston, it's in August, it's a preseason event. This would be January, MLK weekend, which Palm Beach County has a lot of celebrations throughout the county, celebrating MLK Day with various communities, and there's a great tie-in. But for this year, there's also another particular interesting part of the date. MLK weekend, Saturday, would be the National Battle of the Bands taking place in the Palm Beaches. On Monday, you have arguably the largest sporting event in America outside of the Super Bowl, which would be the College Football Playoff National Championship game at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami. And we are partnering with the Orange Bowl and the CFP host committee to bring College Football National Championship game activations into this county, but you have a unique synergy that could take place in South Florida, connecting what's happening in Miami on the same weekend to the Palm Beaches. There'd be a lot of compression, but it would be one exciting weekend. So that's how we arrived today. My colleague, Emmanuel Perry, the executive director of the TDC, we really work as one under one synergy and one organization. He'll take you through the details and then be happy to answer any questions, take feedback.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Madam Baker, good afternoon. I promise I will be brief. So the mission is to enhance the historical black colleges, the exposure of historical black colleges and university, and the roles they play while educating aspiring musicians and developing our future leaders. Weber has a rich history with working with some powerful brands in collegiate sports, many of which have been featured on the world's biggest sports platform, that being the Super Bowl and the NBA All-Star Weekend. Just to call out a few, you have Bethune-Cookman College, North Carolina A&T, North Carolina Central University, and Southern University. The media coverage that Weber Market received in 2024 from the National Battle of the Bands was valued at $19.5 million. Also, $2.5 billion in media impressions. As a result of such great media, 54,000 fans attended the showcase, 52% which were male, 48 female, 67% were college educated, 64 were homeowners, and of which 7,800 traveled to attend the event just because their family members participated in the event. The markets that were targeted for the event are some of the biggest markets and emerging markets as well, that being Atlanta, Houston, Dallas, Chicago, and Nashville. Just like traditional collegiate sports, there will be ancillary events built around the main event. A step and stroll participating Greek organization, also awarding scholarships, an emerging entrepreneur workshop connecting local businesses to national brands and allowing for exposure of SBEs, a VIP welcome reception to kick off the weekend, and a community outreach initiative going into local communities and providing meals. But my favorite would be inviting more than 40 HBCUs around the country, as well as 20 national bands to come in our community and encourage kids to go out and seek a higher level of education. I have a quick video just to give you a recap of what that would look like if we were to bring this here.
We are so excited to partner with the National Battle of the Bands for the third year in a row. It is so important for us to connect with community partners like National Battle of the Bands because it's a way for us to ensure that we can impact our community.
Events like this for high school kids and the new generation is they get a chance to meet people from different HBCUs. They get to just hear about their experiences and things like that. We're excited to celebrate the 10th anniversary. We got a lot of great bands performing. We got great bands in the house. The purpose is to generate scholarships and opportunities for our youth. We're quite excited to be able to do it.
So the Houston event brought in more than 22,000 rooms, featuring 40 HBCUs and 20 national companies and brands. They gave away 3,000 tickets to minority areas, to high school students, as well as providing 800 meals to 8 different communities. 7,800 attended a fan fest or fan experience because of the event. Their very first were being displayed during Music Month in March as well as June. And the event in Houston, it features 8 bands, a little over 2,200 members alone, resulting in 1,100 room nights. Lastly, what's not included in this slide is the invitation as far as inviting our local schools from high school and middle school to participate in the collegiate sports and bands and exposure, as well as providing instruments to them as well. This slide just breaks out the 3-year impact that the event has in Houston. All 3 years average around $20 million as far as impact, economic impact. The framework of this contract is structured so the county receives 35% of all revenues derived from food, F&B, ticket sales, as well as parking to offset future costs and obligations of the event. The event will be family-friendly with price ranges from $25 to $45. The contract also has an economic impact report that will be due 90 days following the event, which will feature visitor demographics, visitor spending, event attendance, as well as event hotel generated room nights. Total economic impact, including direct and economic impact to the county as well. As George mentioned, the date for strategy was strategic, using the College Football National Championship as a catalyst for January 2026 to be able to corner that market and offer people a little taste of what Palm Beach County has to offer. I have one more video for you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners.
In scholarships, 2024 marks 10 years, and it will undoubtedly be the best show to date. 8 bands will take the stage Sunday, August 25th at NRG Stadium to put on performances of a lifetime, representing the past, present, and future of HBCU marching bands. The 2024 Pepsi National Battle of the Bands, celebrating the culture.
And with that, Mayor, that concludes my presentation. We are more than happy to answer any questions. We do have the events rights holder, Derek Weber, in the audience, if you have any questions for him as well.
Thank you. This did come in front of the TDC board last month, and the board was in favor. But I do have some questions, but Commissioner Weiss, you look like you're ready to turn your light on.
Yep. So, couple things. First off, thank you for bringing this item forward. I think it's very unique, and to have something like this here, I think it would benefit our county. But I did speak to folks from Weber while we were on our little break there, and I had mentioned this to staff earlier. You know, we have a lot of MLK events that happen throughout the county during that weekend, and I thought it would be great if we're able to make this happen, to be able to have those bands be able to participate. And they assured me that if scheduling and everything, they would be happy to have them, because I know we have parades, and and I was thinking about even at the fairgrounds, we go out and especially on MLK Day. Take out a lot of kids come out from the MLK Coordinating Committee. They participate, put on a show, but we also have that parade that goes around and to be able to have some of those bands participate. I think the folks attending the fair would, I've seen the bands, videos of them. They're amazing. They're great musicians, but they're also tremendous athletes and dancers. It's unbelievable. So I have a couple questions. I assume TDC, you'll have the bandwidth to be able to fund this?
Yes, we have it incorporated in our budget, and it's paid by tourists as well. So it'll be going back into the ecosystem.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Commissioner Woodward, any questions?
No questions. Just I'm excited about this. It is at FAU, yes?
Correct. That's,
Okay.
This certainly doesn't happen without Florida Atlantic University. I meant to mention that earlier, but NRG Stadium, the complete lower bowl was filled. That was about 55,000 seats. FAU Stadium is 30,000 seats. It's the largest stadium we have in Palm Beach County. Mm-hmm. So that will be home base for the National Battle of the Bands. There is a plan to have activations throughout the county. We're looking at various other sites, and there will be, as Emmanuel mentioned earlier, from STEM Day to Feed the Needy Day, like putting that throughout the county, so as best we can, so it would be a countywide experience. But FAU will be the venue for the Battle of the Bands competition.
And that was going to be some of my question. How many days do we expect the bands would be here, and to Commissioner Weiss's question to carry over into some other MLK events, but just also having other parts of the county sort of be able to have participation in this. And then, FAU being where the actual Battle of the Bands will be. But if they're here, like when we have the football teams come in for the Boca Bowl, they activate in West Palm and they have another Lake Worth. So it's kind of spread the love throughout the county. Will we be able to do something similar with this?
Yes, Commissioner Woodward, we'll be building this from scratch. So you tell us where you would like to go in the communities that you would like to impact, and we'll be able to make that happen.
Okay. Well, I think you've already heard some pretty good suggestions. And then, of course, the Meisner Park has that parade right before where their bands kind of do a little back and forth. But, if we're going to have 6 or however many, you could do a few of those in different strategic places so that people, build some excitement and,
Adding on to that, including the Glades, guys.
Yes.
So
Yes.
Blaze will be our main target to get them
Thanks.
over and be able to participate, because we're big on having them go out and seek a higher learning. So
And they have this brand new field out there. That'd be great.
Orange Bowl field, yes.
Yeah, and since we are building this, I mean, you've heard some good suggestions, and I'm sure that, once this starts wrapping up, you could speak to each of the districts and maybe at least have one per district where, we're spreading it out, and this will be a good thing. And these bands are fantastic. I was in marching band. I was in regular marching band. So, but when we would compete with you guys, I was like, oh boy, here we go. So, yeah, it was a lot of fun, and I look forward to it. I'm glad this is coming.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I'm going to make the motion to approve 6G1.
Second.
I do have one question.
She beat you to it.
She did? Yes. In the future, if the legislature redirects TDC funds, what happens?
So we do have a standard out clause, 5 days with cause and 10 days without cause to terminate the contract.
Important to know that.
Very
'cause-
flexible contract for the county. That's,
Thank you.
so.
Thank you. You never know what happens with our legislature, so I appreciate that. All right, so we have no other questions. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? See, that motion carries 4-0. I'm sorry that the rest of the board wasn't here to see this, but they'll see it when they see it. We'll see you in January, but in the meantime, we'll build a program. I will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board appointments. Who's doing board appointments today?
I do.
Okay, Commissioner Woodward.
Okay, for myself, I would like to reappoint James Now to the Boca Raton Airport Authority. And I also have Commissioner Sachs's appointments. For the Boca Raton Airport Authority, she is reappointing Cheryl Budd and appointing Richard Stopek to the Planning Commission.
Perfect. Commissioner Weiss. Vice Mayor.
I am reappointing Ankur Patel and appointing Steve Basor to the Planning Commission.
Perfect. Did you have any, did Joel have any appointments?
No,
No, he gave me Sachs's.
Oh, he had none, okay,
I
perfect.
have an off-site request for him.
Okay, so now we'll go to staff comments. County Administrator, any comments?
Just the board directives, receive and file. We'll get those cleaned up for you. We attempted to clean most of them up, but I've got a few we still need to follow up on.
So we need a motion to receive and file?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
Perfect, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? See, that motion carries 4-0.
Then I just want to publicly thank Team PBC. We received the United Way Top Government Award for the state. This year, our employees, we understand how blessed we are with our jobs, and so we also pass it along to our residents that are less fortunate than we are. In addition, we also came in third overall, and Florida Power and Light, along with Publix, beat us, but they've got more employees. as
Yeah.
well. So I'd like to thank our staff for being so generous. In addition, the Youth Services Department received the Child Advocate of the Year Award, and that was granted by the Children's Home Society. So I'd like to congratulate them as well. I know it's very, very late, but my staff has been chomping at the bits to share with you, and they'll make this really quick. A new webpage that we've come up with that one of our residents can go in and plug in their address. It pulls up all kind of valuable information at their fingertips. So let's make this quick.
Absolutely. Thank you, Administrator Baker. And hello again, Lisa Delaware under Public Affairs. Actually, in coordination with Archie Satchel and the ISS team, we're here to demonstrate your neighborhood dashboard. So we're quickly going to get to that, and I'm going to introduce Heather Sherm, who is going to show that to you quickly. And thanks to Aaron Baker for doing the navigation for us.
Afternoon. Happy to be here. I'm running through this, and also we can be available individually to you and your staff to show you more about this and do some promotion of it. I know you're going to love it, and I'm so glad Commissioner Weiss is here because we thought we were going to do this last meeting, and we know you're going to love it. So, all right. So, initially this program was what we call the district locator. And the district locator, basically, you put in your address, it tells you who your commissioner is, shows you picture. So what I like to say is this is the district locator on steroids. And what we did was give a whole lot of information that we see the community looks for. We get calls about, we get emails about, you probably do. And so when you put in an address, it first shows your county commissioner. And then we also put in all the representatives, not just state, but local and federal. It shows you your voting district, the boards and committees, and then some general Palm Beach County information, the at-a-glance page we created last year to show you all the accomplishments with the county, the annual report, all your public safety resources. It'll tell you whether your fire and police are at the city level or the county level. All your EM resources tells you what our status is, and we're at normal operations level 4. Your evacuation zone if you reside in one, and then also your flood zone. It's got all of our links to our apps, PBC DART, Alert PBC, and then your school zoning and your district representative. If it applies, it'll show your current land use. And we do have some other addresses if you want to look. Property appraiser, PZB information, and a lot of this stuff comes from our GIS group and ISS, so we pull those things from there. So it's kind of on, we don't have to go in and manually update it. Again, if you live in a municipality, it'll show you that, your water service, who's your garbage pickup, and then additional resources, economic development, all of our sources, housing. You'll see also in your districts, the pictures that are popping up are actual pictures from the districts. So you'll see ones from each of your districts. More housing info, and then some community resources, most of the popular ones that people see. We've got a couple references in there to our Connect PBC app, which hopefully you're all familiar with, and that's the app where people can report issues, they can ask questions, they'll see your districts there. We also have our beach cams, so if you need some rest and a little serenity, you can go there and check out what the beaches look like. Now it's public transit, Palm Tran, airports, all your rails, and the port. The nearby roads, if your address, you'll see there, and Aaron, those are ones that we maintain, correct, that it shows? Okay. And then your construction, every week we put out the roads and constructions list, it's linked there. We get a lot of input on it, people can call. We're gonna be pushing this a lot now that hurricane season's coming up, because we want people to go there, it's a one-stop shop. And the traffic cams are there as well. So if you wanna check the traffic before you go to work. I think that, did I miss anything? We also show the CCRT areas. So for things like the back to school, people can check if they're in one of those neighborhoods and that they qualify for those programs. What did I miss? Anything? And so the traffic cams show where all the cameras are. If you click on one, it'll give you that feed. We like to remind people they are not recorded. So when they call looking for a recording, it's just a live feed that runs.
Very cool.
What else? Yeah.
Very cool. Commissioner Woodward.
If I could, just one additional, which should be easy because they're countywide, would be the constitutional officers and maybe the state attorney, public defender, just, you know, who they are, their contact information. And I mean, that wouldn't be by address, so that, I hope that would be an easy
No,
addition
it would be
because it's
county.
countywide.
Yeah, that's an easy
And with the sheriff as well, so the sheriff. Was fire rescue or?
Yes,
who-
it shows
who's your?
whether you're municipal or
Okay.
county.
Thank you.
Okay, so.
Sorry,
yeah, and then
and-
it links, if you're in you reside in a city, it links to the city website, so they can
Okay,
go there.
and that would let you know your law enforcement and your fire rescue, which, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
And then Aaron, if you want to just take out the address to show them, the initial view is, it shows the district boundaries for each district.
Cool. Any questions? No, thank you. Great job.
Happy news, right?
Bringing us up into the 21st century. We appreciate it. This was a heavy lift, so thank you. We realize how much information is now at people's fingertips. Thank you kindly.
Sorry, what is the actual URL, just for if anyone's watching?
We actually have a fact sheet for you that kind of details what it's in, and it's just pbc.gov/your neighborhood, right, Aaron? Or is it just neighborhood? Neighborhood, yeah. We can give you the.
Wonderful. Administrator
We'll save you
Baker.
some paper. We'll just deliver these to your offices.
Thank you. Administrator Baker, your light is
Just
on.
like to thank staff for pulling that together. They diligently worked on it, and they've been chomping at the bits to show you. So thank you for allowing us to do the presentation this evening.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Commissioner Weiss.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you all. You guys did excellent work, and I know our residents and businesses are really going to appreciate having this information readily available to them. So thank you all. I know it was a lot of work.
Thank you. All right, we're now on to BCC direction. Oh, County Attorney. You have nothing? No comments? Okay, I went right past that. Now, board direction. Do we have more board direction today? Okay. Vice Mayor?
As you've heard, my residents come before us several times from Andalusia. I would like to have staff of EPW staff to install curbing on 47th Place South. And then there are estimates that I have that I can pass out to my fellow commissioners if you would like.
What's the cost?
I believe David Ricks gave an estimated cost of $83,384.46.
Okay. Since there is a financial impact, we probably should take a vote on it.
Should this be an agenda item, or can we?
It's, I guess, direction for them to do it and spend the dollars.
They have it in the budget?
Well, they didn't schedule in their budget, but we'll work on that. We'll bring back an item. We'll do it on consent. And that way we followed all of our proper procedures in order to get it done.
Okay, thank you.
And I couldn't hear you. This is the curbing.
Correct. What we've discussed with them, not, right.
We'll get with you because
Okay.
it's also the school
Well, 'cause
side and
David
our
gave
side.
it to me, so I'm sure he can give
He
it to you
knows.
too.
No, I haven't seen it, but, all right.
Good thing for your residents. Any other?
Yes, I do have I guess I can wait for, oh, we had a fluoride item coming back to the commission, but I wanted to let you know the governor did sign a bill that impacts that. So if they could bring that back, of how we will bring our policies in alignment now with state law.
Well, we don't have a choice.
Correct, but I would like to at least cover it, and
Okay.
it saves a lot
We can
of
do a
debate
consent
and
item.
everything, but
That's what, do you want a full-blown presentation? Because that's what we were scheduled
don't-
to do
I don't
before.
necessarily care for full-blown presentation.
I don't think we need one. If
Okay.
there,
But
I mean,
I think just a brief,
Okay.
you know, this is what we're doing to come in alignment with Florida statutes would be great.
and if that's on consent, that's fine. And if somebody wants to pull it from consent just to read it into the record, we can do that. Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you. Yeah, in preparation of this potentially happening, I talked to, and the one thing I would like to get from staff is, and I think they were going to check with Healthcare District, a way to explain to the public if they want to ensure that they're getting enough fluoride to avoid the damage, or to eliminate, whatever. What's the best way for them to replace this? And how much do people need to do? What do they need to do to replace it if they're interested in doing that?
I got every tooth filled and refilled. I never had fluoride. We had well water growing up.
too.
So
That doesn't have well water. Doesn't have fluoride. Okay, so, and then lastly, we're waiting for, I guess, are we going to come back around to commissioner comments?
yep, we're just
Okay.
in board direction.
That's it, thank you.
Anyone else have something they'd like to move forward? No? Okay. So now we'll go to commissioner comments. We'll start with Commissioner Weiss this time.
Well, thank you. I'll be brief. I'm requesting an offsite proclamation declaring May 17th through 23rd, 2025 as National Safe Boating Week. I need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? See, the motion carries 4-0.
On behalf of Commissioner Bobby Powell Jr., I'm requesting an offsite proclamation declaring May 2025 as Haitian American Heritage Month, and proclamation declaring May 2025 as Lupus Awareness Month, and May 2025 as Loopy Girl Day.
Second.
Got a first and a second. All in favor? All opposed? See, the motion carries 4-0.
And then really briefly, I just want to thank staff for moving forward, naming the conference room over at Vista Center after our first zoning attorney, Marty Perry, who passed away a few months ago. Also, it's kitten season, so, if you see kittens without their mother, best thing is leave them alone for a while, see if mom comes back, because she may have gone to look for food. People think they're abandoned, they take the kittens, and then mom comes back, and then it's a challenge. So watch them for a while. And then lastly, yesterday was Teacher Appreciation Day. It was also the Dwyer Awards, and I just want to thank all our teachers here in Palm Beach County. I want to thank the teachers who taught me. There's probably people who don't think they taught me enough, but I will tell you, I had some really great teachers and really appreciate what they did for me and everybody else in our community. With that, that's my comments.
Thank you.
Okay, I would like to request an offsite approval for certification of appreciation presented to Tri-Rail.
Second.
Thank you.
All in favor? All opposed? See, that motion carries 4-0.
And on behalf of Commissioner Sachs, I'd like to request an offsite approval for proclamation declaring June 2nd, 2025 as Italian National Day.
Second.
All in favor? All opposed? See, that motion carries 4-0.
And thank you, everyone, for all your hard work today. That's it.
I am. So I need to request an offsite proclamation for Commissioner Flores declaring May 12th Palm Beach County Mental Health Awareness Day.
All in favor? All
Aye.
opposed? See, the motion carries 4-0.
And Commissioner Flores sent out a memorandum. I don't know if we need to,
He said he'll bring it up later.
Okay, so we're not going to cover that today. And then I would like to welcome, and I know it's late in the day and I wish they were still here, but they'll just have to watch the video later. I have some new summer interns. I would like to welcome Isabel Kennedy from Palm Beach State College, Annabelle Lugos from Florida State University, and Dylan Kimberly from Florida Atlantic University.
Congratulations.
And thank you to staff and everyone who has endured being here all day with us.
All right, I have, one, the Roger Dean family lost a member, Pam Sartori, who is a longtime member of the community, passed away, and I just want to send our thoughts and prayers. She was a board member with Resource Depot, and she asked that if anybody wanted to send anything to make a contribution to Resource Depot. So she's been with Roger Dean for a long, long time, and they are actually, I don't have the times, but there's going to be a service for her this Saturday at Roger Dean. So anyone who would like to attend, that would be wonderful. I would like to request an off-site proclamation declaring May 2025 as Jewish American Heritage Month.
I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor? All opposed? See, that motion carries 4-0. I'd also like to request an off-site certificate presented to Forgotten Soldiers Outreach for their 20th annual Memorial Day service, A Day to Remember, which pays tributes to our veterans, both past and present. It will be presented on Monday, May 26th. The event will take place at Palm Beach Memorial Park from 11:50 to 1 p.m. I invite all of the commission to join. All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, wait, can I do it myself? Make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? All opposed? See that motion carries
Fix the first one.
The first one should be.
4-0. Oh, can we do the first one? You want to make the motion?
I'll move it.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor? All opposed? See the motion carries 4-0. I think we're done.
Say it so.
We're adjourned at 6:18. Thank you. Thank you all for being here and for lasting through this long day. Sometimes, and again, like, who knows? We never know.
Didn't want to do that.